here in the Big 12.
We will get started with the 4 matches at 125. We won't see Richard Figueroa. You mentioned the defending national champion at 125 pounds at Arizona State. He has a first-round bye. We will see, however, the first 4 matches on your screens. Tristan Doherty and Kyson Terrakina on mat 1. You will have Tanner Jordan, the 5 seed out of South Dakota State, against Mitchell Neener out of Cal Baptist. Mat 3, Gage Walker and Troy Spratley. And on mat 4, Garrett Ricks and Antonio Lorenzo, the 6 seed out of Oklahoma. You see mats 1 through 4 listed there on your screen. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right correspondingly. And that will bring you through the day. That's the entirety of the action here on ESPN+. You can also switch to solo feeds of each of these mats if you'd like to.
And here we go.
But we're underway at 125.
Whistles blown. Wrestling's taking place, Mike.
Couple of good ones to keep an eye on over the course of this early portion of session number 1. Garrett Ricks on mat 4, wrestling against Antonio Lorenzo from Oklahoma. Ricks and his brother Bridger. Garrett Ricks at Wyoming, Bridger Ricks from Utah Valley, in the same weight class for different schools now, Wyoming and Utah Valley. They went head-to-head a couple weeks ago.
Well, I kind of wonder who were the parents cheering for at that point in time. But obviously, they've been wrestling since they were younger, so I'm pretty sure mom and dad was like, hey, whoever wins, wins. That's your brother, good sportsmanship. And I don't think any fights probably broke out.
Bridger got a 4-3 win when they met up a couple weeks ago. A smooth little duck under to get the takedown and a 4-3 win against his brother. Yep. It will take a lot for the two of them to meet up in the bracket over the course of this weekend. They would end up meeting in the semifinals, hypothetically, if they both won their way that far, but they would both have to pull some upsets to get to that point.
And the only returning All-American on the map for 125 right now is Tanner Jordan from South Dakota. Obviously, we talked about Richard Figueroa being the returning national champion, but he's not wrestling this round to Mike's point earlier.
First scoring we've seen so far this morning comes on mat 3, a takedown for Oklahoma State. As Troy Spratley jumps out to a 3-0 advantage.
And Spratley's wrestling Gage Walker. Obviously, Spratley's from Oklahoma as well, but Gage Walker graduated from Bigsby High School, which is not far from here. So I'm pretty sure he's got a lot of home crowd here, and he's not too far away in college in Missouri. These two met earlier in the year with Spratley with the victory in the duel in the Gallagher-Ibe Arena, which was the last one. Duel for the Pokes.
Spratley 17-3 on the year. His only losses this year were against top 10 wrestlers. One of them did come, though, against Jet Strickenberger from West Virginia.
Yep, and we will see Strickenberger later. He does have a bye this round. Strickenberger started the season at 133, dropped down to 125 pounds, back to his weight, which he was at last year. Yep. And this is probably pretty good for him coming off the scale, right? He gets they weighed in at 8 o'clock this morning. You wrestle at 10. So by the time he gets, back out here, it may be, 11:30, somehow, 12 o'clock, right? Gets him a chance to refuel just a little bit because he is a big 125-pounder.
Finished 3rd last year at the Big 12s, did Strickenberger in his postseason debut, 20-8 for West Virginia a year ago. This year, 11-6 and the 3 seed. As you mentioned, he's got the first round bye. He'll await the winner of the match that is in your bottom right corner. Rich with a 3-1 lead on Lorenzo, the Wyoming wrestler. Out in front as they wind down in the first period.
And if you guys watched this last year, obviously with the quad box that we have up, there's a lot of action. Mike and I sometimes probably feel like we're at a tennis match, kind of turning our heads back and forth. We actually, we have monitors here, but man, watching the live action in front of you, it hits a little bit different for me.
Ricks with another takedown and a 6-1 lead on Antonio Lorenzo, the 6th seed out of Oklahoma. So an upset potentially brewing down there on mat 4 in your bottom right corner. Action here with Spratley and another takedown.
That was key right there, Mike. There was probably about 10 to 11 seconds. That score was 3-1. That kind of widens the gap now, making the score 6-1 for Spratley. 44 seconds of ride time. He scored with about 10 to 11 seconds left. You young wrestlers out there, understand where you're at and you win the last part of that period. That can change a whole match.
A 6-0 lead on mat 2, meanwhile, in favor of South Dakota State's wrestler. That's Tanner Jordan, 21-5 on the year, the 5 seed.
And Jordan is really, really good up top. You look at him compared to some of these other 25-pounders out here. Strickenberger's probably just as tall as Jordan is, but that's his home base. That dude can wrestle well on top and change the dynamic of a match, getting some cheap tilts and or falls.
So it's a 6-1 lead for Spratley, a 6-0 lead for Tanner Jordan. Kyson Tarakina and Tristan Doherty of North Dakota State still scoreless as they start the second period down there on mat 1, top left corner of your screen.
Yeah, and it's good to see Tarakina back on the mat. He's been out with injury for a while. He had a good Big 12 last year, qualified for NCAAs. You know, he was banged up early throughout the season, and it's good to see him back out here scrapping.
He was hurt in that 2022-23 season, just 5 matches in, ending his season. But last year, as you mentioned, did bounce back well, 4th here in Tulsa at the Big 12.
Yep.
Won a match in the NCAAs, went 1-2. It's a 7-0 lead now for Jordan after the escape on mat 2. Tarakina gets the escape on mat 1, so now he's out in front of Tristan Doherty.
Walker's got a nice ride going on in Spratley right now, actually turning the riding time into his favor right now. Took that 44 seconds off the board for Spratley.
Still a 6-1 advantage, though, for Troy Spratley.
Yeah.
Spratley made it to the Big 12 final a year ago, lost to Jory Volk in that final at 125.
Good match, too, back and forth. Volk is out with injury. Earlier in the year, got injured early, right? He had a really good all-star match, wrestled extremely well there, and then obviously injuries kind of took over and sat him down for the remaining of the season. Walker still with a nice ride on top. He's got 25 seconds of riding time on Spratley right now. Trying to get him in a position to potentially get swipes here.
Meanwhile, an impressive lead for Ricks down there on mat 4. Up 6-3, approaching a minute of riding time. He's at 52 seconds right now.
Lorenzo's up 6-3. Lorenzo's up 6-3. Lorenzo's red. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lorenzo's
so that's
red. Yep.
Our scoreboard here in your bottom right corner is flip-flop. So we'll take care of that on our end. That's led to the confusion. It is Lorenzo that has the lead as they wind down there in that second period.
Yeah, Lorenzo's up 6-3. Lorenzo is your 6th seed. Wrestling Garrett Ricks from Wyoming. Obviously, Mike touched on the point of the two brothers wrestling each other this year. I laugh at that because I have twin nephews. If I recall, I think we just kind of had them flip a coin when they were younger at that point in time. Now, they wrestled in practice, but we didn't have them wrestle on the mat. But, you know, when you're in college, that's a whole different deal.
Tight one down on mat 1. Tarakina with a 1-0 lead as they start the third period. Doherty will be on bottom. Spratley with a 6-1 advantage as they wind down in the third period.
Really, really good ride by Walker. He rode Spratley that whole time. Had 44 seconds on the clock. Took that all the way down. Now he's got a minute 15 ride time. In actuality, the score is 6-2 for Spratley. Walker's looking over at his corner. I think he's going to go down. So now Spratley's goal is to take that riding time down to keep that score 6-1. And if he gets escape, make it 6-2 there. But really, really good ride by Walker there in that second period.
Into that third period on mat 1. Tarakina with that 1-0 lead, still riding on Doherty.
This is Jordan's home base right here, man. 10-0. He's kind of widening the gap here.
Tanner Jordan in a great spot.
Yes.
To move on to the quarterfinals. He'll face the winner of the Walker-Spratley match that's happening right now on mat 3.
There he is.
Swipes here on mat 2 for Tanner Jordan.
He's
working toward a tech fall.
Yeah, he's so long and lanky in that leverage, right? I talk about that leverage all the time. He's probably not the strongest guy in the weight room, but I'm pretty sure on that mat, he's pretty strong. He's working for that fall, to your point, Mike.
And there it is, the pin for Tanner Jordan. A fantastic start for the 5 seed out of South Dakota State. On to the second round for the Jackrabbit.
All right, Walker escapes. Spratley took the riding time down. There's a minute left. 6-2 is your score right now. Lorenzo with the 7-3 lead down here on mat number 4.
Meanwhile, still a 1-0 match on mat 1 in favor of Kyson Tarakina. Riding time up to 30 seconds in favor of Tarakina. If he could ride out, he would get the win over Doherty. In that scenario, it would be a 2-0 win with the riding time, but a lot of work to be done with a $1-2 left in period number 3.
A lot of wrestling left here. A lot of wrestling on that mat.
Lorenzo with that 7-3 lead on mat 4, final minute. So Ricks with a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, his brother takes the mat here on mat 2. Bridger Ricks with Utah Valley against Steve-O Poulin, the superstar out of Northern Colorado.
Great season for Poulin so far, 18-1.
7th last year at Big 12s, but he won the title at 125 in 2023. Another takedown, and that will finish it off just as time expired in that final period for Spratley, and a 9-2 win to move on.
It is tied up 1-1 down there on mat number 1 now, Mike.
Riding time will not be a factor. 30 seconds to speak of for Tarakina, but no ability to get it over a minute now with 25 seconds left in this third period. This is a takedown match on mat 1. Tarakina, the 8 seed, and Tristan Doherty from North Dakota State, wrestling for the right to move on and face the number 1 seed, the defending champ, Richie Figueroa.
Yep, there. I smell some overtime down there. Smell some overtime down there, Mike.
We will have sudden victory on mat 1. Meanwhile, a quick start here for Steve-O Poulin on mat number 2. He's got Bridger Ricks in a tough spot here. Swipes. Working his way toward a fall. Already a takedown. Now the swipes that you just saw, and
he's going to continue to work through that fall. We got a new match here on mat number 3. Your number 1 seed out of Iowa State is Evan Frost. He's versing Stockton O'Brien from Wyoming.
As we already get into the 133s, it's fast action here at the Big 12 Championships. We've got a win in sudden victory and an upset. Tristan Doherty takes down Kyson Tarakina on mat 1.
Nice single leg by Frost there. You'll see his brother coming up at 141 pounds as well, man. They wrestle very, very similar. They stay in great position. They got some high-level attacks. They finish pretty cleanly, and they're really good on top.
Poulin just working Ricks toward exhaustion here. That shoulder is still up presently, but it has been tilted like this for, it feels like, a minute.
And this is what I was talking about with Frost, man. Do not let Evan Frost grab your wrist. If that dude gets your wrist, he's going to hit that roll through tilt on you all day.
There's the fall on mat number 2 for Steve-O Poulin and the Northern Colorado wrestler.
Poulin didn't waste any time there.
Moving on quickly.
Steve Poulin from Northern Colorado. On mat number 1.
Frost just continuing to build on this lead over O'Brien. It's now 9-2. Minute 10 left here in this first period. Riding time's obviously going up in his favor. Got down there on mat number 4. Cade
Got
Moore.
Caprella and Moore.
Yep. Moore's got a wide open style, man. He will come with some stuff. Cat's never out of a match.
Evan Frost with a 9-2 advantage here on mat number 3. Second last year at the Big 12s. His only losses last year against Big 12 wrestlers came against the champ Dayton Fix. Now after 5 years worth of Dayton Fix winning the title here in the Big 12, somebody else will claim that title, and certainly Evan Frost wants to be that man. It's Gavin Caprella and Cade Moore down on mat 1. Frost and O'Brien here on mat 3. Beg your pardon, mat 4 for Caprella and Moore. Trevor Anderson, Tucker Owens. Anderson, the 7 seed out of Northern Iowa. Tucker Owens from Air Force. The match on mat 1 in your top left corner.
Tucker Owens is an Oklahoma boy from Mustang. Frost with a 9-2 lead. Plenty of riding time, 2 minutes, 4 seconds. Took the bottom position. Gets that escape. Got some new mats out here. this year, Mike.
New mats, new sponsors, a little bit of glitz.
Yep, a little bit of glitz
Here at the BOK Center. We're ready to roll here in 2025.
To rock and roll, man. Have fun with the process. That's one thing you guys will get out of us this weekend. A lot of fun and excitement. Actually, where they have us set up right here, you know, we're right by Matt's side, so you know we get to hear pretty much everything and feel it all. So it's going to be a fun weekend.
Down on mat number 4, it is a 3-1 lead.
Ooh. Good mat return.
Cade Moore of Missouri, the 8 seed, with that 3-1 advantage. The ride here, though, for Caprella.
Frost continuing to build on that lead. Got an escape, got another takedown. 13-2 right now for Evan Frost. Complete control of this match. We've had some
view down on mat 1.
In this mat 2, I think since the first whistle, there's been nothing but scrambles. On this mat number 2 right here with Farber and Leak, man. They've been kind of going, you grab my leg, I grab your leg.
Farber, the 3 seed, 20th in the national rankings, 12-5 this year for Northern Iowa. Finished 7th last year here at the Big 12s. A point for an escape here on mat number 3 and a 13-3 advantage. Iowa State's Evan Frost, the number 1 seed, number 3 in the national rankings, in firm control.
Returning All-American from last year as a freshman. Oh, there was
action down here on mat 4.
Yep.
Caprella and Moore in a scramble, and near fall points for Cade Moore.
Yep. And
an 11-1 advantage.
Like I said, I didn't get to see exactly what happened there, but man, it was something up top for Moore. Like I said, he is never out of a match.
Still scoreless here on mat 2 as we wind down in this third period. Beg your pardon, first period. Looking for near fall points. There's the takedown.
Okay, Mike. This is back-to-back. 7 seconds left in this period.
Yeah.
7 seconds left in that period. Obviously, that first 3 minutes or 2 minutes and 55 or whatever seconds, no points. But a takedown there with 6 to 7 seconds left, man. Big. Off of a scramble, which they basically did almost that whole 3 minutes is what it seemed like there.
Scoring late in a period can be what turns a match, can be what turns a weekend for a program.
Yes.
Big takedown late in that first period. A 3-0 advantage here on mat number 2. Match 10 of the day, Leak and Farber. And it's Leak that gets the takedown and has the advantage. Farber riding here to start period 2.
Anderson with the takedown there on mat 1 to take the lead 3-0 going into the second period. That was right there at the end, too. O'Brien trying to score here on Frost. Frost got a nice, comfortable lead, 10-0.
A match to watch coming up here momentarily. Julian Klebov and Dominic Serrano. It'll be our 12th match of the day. Still TBD exactly what mat that will land on. But Klebov and Serrano. Serrano finished 3rd last year at the Big 12s. Had a terrific season. The transfer from Nebraska. NCAA qualifier a year ago and number 14 in the national rankings. But Klebov, despite his 4-9 record, actually beat Serrano last year at the NCAA. So that is a potentially head-up square matchup in the first round here at 133.
When you get to these tournaments, man, you know, the coaches will tell you, obviously it's coaches speak that we talk about a lot, you know, throw the rankings out the window because everybody's got to wrestle. Everybody's got some sort of resume. Throw the win-loss records out of the window because right now it's 0-0 everybody.
Cade Moore with a big lead on mat 4. Frost with a big lead here on mat 3, 16-4 as they wind down in this third period. Bonus points on the table here for Frost. Another takedown and he could get a tech fall. Iowa State, the defending champs in the team title here in the Big 12.
Yep.
Not likely to be a factor in that this year with as many injuries as they've had.
They banged up, but man, they still, like I said, they still, nice little peek out there. Still got some dudes, man. It's always fun talking to Coach Dresser and Metcalf and those guys. Just catching up, getting to know a little bit more about their team, right? So that's always key.
They've got maybe 50 points in the stands, though, watching this weekend. Between the injuries that they have, it's kind of crazy. Between Bastida, Echemendia, Swiderski, all of them hurt earlier this year. Yep. 3 guys that could have been serious bonus point acquirers over the course of the weekend.
And, you know, one thing I want to talk about, Mike, you know, we were kind of talking back and forth, and we had a chance to talk to Doug Schwab, Coach Schwab, talked to him earlier this week, and just how impressed we are with his squad of UNI and what he has done as a staff. Got a chance to talk to Coach Lee Roper a little bit earlier, and that was another good discussion.
So Cleveland Belton now takes the mat on mat number 3 against Case Mauger from Utah Valley. Belton, the 6th seed.
All right, Cade Moore with the win down there on mat number 4. Frost with the win here on mat number 3.
And you've got action here on mat number 2 as Julian Farber wrestles with Hunter Leak. Leak with the 3-0 lead as they wind down in this third period. Leak, the 3 seed, in some trouble here.
Farber has a minute 54 ride time, so the score clock says 3-0. Actual score is 3-1 for Leak.
Yes.
And back
he's
into
got to get a takedown.
He's got to get a takedown, right? And you know, if he gets a takedown, he'll take the lead, right? Because obviously with the new rules that started last year, he's got a 3-point takedown. Leak's kind of playing the smart game. I don't know if he's got a stall call or not, but he's wrestling the edge. But they got to wrestle this whole position here. And then he was super close there. 30 seconds.
They will award a stall point.
Okay. Makes it 3-2, 30 seconds left.
Wait, hang on. They may have just said one red. They may have confirming.
Yeah, 3-1, 30 seconds left. What is Farber's go-to shot? Now, Leak did a really good job right there, right? His best defense is his offense. He went in and attacked Farber's leg and they're wrestling from this position.
20 seconds to work with here for the 3 seed. The only wrestler to beat Dominic Serrano in Big 12 action this year. Julian Farber in trouble here. Has to make something happen.
Yes.
10 seconds to work with.
And Leak is in a really good position. He's on the leg.
3, 2. A last-ditch effort from Farber jumping over the top, but he will not get the takedown. And an upset here at 133 as Hunter Leak of Cal Baptist knocks off Julian Farber.
So to that point that we were talking about earlier, Mike, throw the records out of the window. Everybody is 0-0 here.
Amen,
correct?
dude.
You look at Leak's record here on our bracket. It says 4-6. Farber's 12-5. Ranked 3 here, ranked nationally within the 133-pound rankings, and loses the first round of the Big 12 wrestles.
Meanwhile, on mat 4, the match that we teed up for you a moment ago, Klebov and Serrano already underway. A 3-1 lead for Dominic Serrano, the Northern Colorado Bear. Number 2 in the ranking in the seedings here in Big 12, number 14 in the national rankings. 3rd last year here at Big 12. Klebov, though, an NCAA qualifier last year as well, and as we mentioned earlier, won their match head up in the NCAA tournament last spring. They did wrestle this year in the regular season, and Serrano won that one 4-2.
Here's your returning national champion for a couple of years ago from University of Northern Colorado, Andrew Alirez.
Out here into 141 now.
Wrestling Cole Brooks.
He beat Cole Brooks 11-6 back on February the 16th, so less than a month ago.
Nice single leg attempt by Brooks. Good counter there by Alirez.
Alirez, the national champ in 2023, the Big 12 champ in 2023, the Big 12 Wrestler of the Year in 2023, and a Dan Hodge finalist as well. Had a remarkable season. Took an Olympic red shirt for 24, but back again this year and back to being himself.
Got a hold up here on mat 3, trying to figure some things out here with the officials and everything like that. So once we find out a little bit more information, we'll keep you posted on that. But meanwhile, we got 3 more matches going, and Alirez right to a Turk on Brooks. Alirez is just tough.
Already with the takedown and a 3-0 advantage for Alirez. A takedown on mat number 1.
Just tough.
As we go solo here on Brooks and Alirez, the 3-0 advantage for that 2023 national champion. Again, an 11-6 match the first time they faced off. Got a long hold up here on mat number 3.
Once we get a little bit more information on this, we'll fill you in. Lirez with a 3-0 lead over Brooks.
Our officials communicating right now with Cleveland Belton. Talking with Roger Kish, the Oklahoma head coach as well, and Belton is taking off his red ankle bands right now. We will look to get full confirmation here, but it looks like that will be a situation where Case Mauger from Utah Valley will advance in that bracket.
Lirez with some swipes over there on mat number 2. Increases that lead to 7-0 still in the first period. Lirez with the 7-0 lead. 2 minutes of riding time there.
So what we're being told is that they're rolling back that match right now. They're still determining some eligibility with that match with Mauger and Belton. So basically put a pin in it for right now.
Gotcha.
And we will circle back to that one at 1:33, potentially a little bit later on. We will continue along with the other matches on your screen. You see a deep sigh there for Cleveland Belton from Oklahoma. Klebov and Serrano continuing along in that third period on mat 4, bottom right corner of your screen. A 4-1 lead for Serrano. Klebov from Arizona State trying to wiggle his way free and set himself up to get a takedown. He is loose.
Ooh, nice double by Serrano there.
Right back in for the takedown and a 7-2 advantage. Just when Klebov thought he was up and would have an opportunity to go score, Serrano pounces on him again.
Man, cat-like quickness right there. I mean, just kind of caught Klebov kind of flat-footed a little bit, and it was a low double. It necessarily wasn't a high double above the knee. It was a low double below the knee around the ankles and just sat him down in a nice, crisp, clean finish for Serrano there to take a 7-3 lead right now.
Lirez with another takedown here on mat number 2 and a 10-0 advantage now.
This is a different Andrew Lirez compared to the duel.
And
right?
4 near fall, adding to his lead, hunting a tech fall.
And this is that part of where you're peaking at the right time of the season, right? And he's been through this before. He's battle tested. He took an Olympic red shirt. He's a returning national champion for a couple of years ago. So this is nothing new to him.
On mat 4, Klebov in a tough spot. He can't get riding time. 47 seconds to the positive for Serrano, so he needs 2 takedowns here in this final 40 seconds.
And we got the other Frost brother here on mat number 3. This is Mr. Jacob Frost from Iowa State, wrestling Daniel Miranda from Arizona State. Yeah, Lirez is in form right now, man. He sure is. Takedown, turns.
Cuts him loose, a 14-1 score here on mat number 2.
Serrano looks like he's going to take this one 7-3. Ride time's not a factor, but look like he's going to take this 7-3 here in this first round on mat number 4. Still between Frost and Miranda, it's 0-0.
Dominic Serrano moving on.
Man, nice match by that young man. Came from Nebraska. That was my first time, I think, to see him wrestle live last year here, and I became a fan then.
So Serrano advances. He'll face Derek Cardinal of South Dakota State, who had the first round bye in the second round of the quarterfinals on that bottom part of the bracket, are starting to take shape. Leak with the upset of Julian Farber. We are still waiting on what will happen with the Case Mauger-Cleveland Belton match. Some eligibility concerns that they are still sorting through with the NCAA is what we've been told so far.
And once we find out, we'll transfer that information to you guys. But until then, we want to make sure we're giving all the right information out.
Yeah, until we know for certain. That's the real issue here, is that we don't know for certain. There have been rumblings through the morning, but we do not know for certain at this point what the situation is going to be. We may not be done having conversations about eligibility concerns over the course of this morning, but we will matriculate through that as we get hard data to confirm with you.
Exactly. We just want to try to keep you guys and gals updated the best that we can. So. Frost up top.
Swipes here.
What'd I tell you? I told you about these Frost brothers up top, didn't I?
Dude.
He got that wrist, right? Got a little wing in there. Yeah, these dudes don't play around. They don't play around.
4 near fall points for the 3 seed Jacob Frost on Daniel Miranda from Arizona State. And a 7-0 advantage here late in this first period. Miranda able to wiggle his way free before the clock expires here in this first period. So a 7-1 match. Alirez with the 15-0 tech fall to get his weekend started. A dominant win over Cole Brooks.
And this is one of those things to you young wrestlers out here, right? We're talking about the Frost brothers and just any of these guys out here wrestling, girls out here wrestling, right? The mat wrestling has changed so much because now you're awarded 4 near fall points, right? You get a takedown in a few turns, it's 15-0, quick, fast, and in a hurry. So I know we all like working on our feet, which is obviously where every wrestling match starts. But man, make sure you're putting in that time on the mat and learning how to turn and pin people. As well as learning how to escape. So that mat wrestling is extremely important as well.
One final match at 133. That's the match in your top left corner on mat 1. Berwick with the 5 seed with a 9-0 lead on Tommy Maddox from West Virginia. As that one winds to a close, Berwick will move on.
Nice high crotch by Frost there.
He's got that back heel. 9-1 advantage, trying to tilt him. Rolls over the top into the scramble here with Frost, and he's back in on a cradle.
Frost is looking to extend that left leg. There he goes. Little roll back through. Little Grammy by Miranda again. Nice action, fellas. Good action. Good action. 9-1 lead for Frost with a 1:07 riding time.
Minute to go here in this second period. The 3 seed Frost in control, but Miranda scrambling well there.
So down here on mat 4, some of you guys are watching, you got Mr. Eli Griffin, which is from Tulsa as well. Remember, Eli wrestled 125 last year and really got the tournament started off with a lot of fireworks with him and Noah Sertan. But he's actually up to 141 pounds. He's facing the number 7 seed, Hayden Drury from Utah.
The two have never faced one another before. Drury finished 7th at Big 12s last year, just missing an auto bid to the NCAA championships.
And Griffin was a qualifier. I think you and I talked about that. He could potentially be a bracket buster at NCAAs. It didn't happen, but he was almost a bracket buster here at the Big 12s last year.
He went 2-2 last year at the NCAA championships, finished 8th at the Big 12s at 125. How much of a difference can that make in a wrestler's body, being able to jump up 16 pounds worth away? I mean, you can do a lot of work with those 16 pounds.
You can do a lot of work, right? Prime example, one thing that comes to my mind is Jordan Oliver. One year, Jordan was a national champion for OSU, 2-time national champion, wrestled 133, and then his senior year, his junior year, he was 133, went from 133 all the way up to 149, and still became another national champion. But lets him grow a little bit. He's focused obviously more on wrestling than his weight. And, obviously it made his wrestling game continue to change levels.
First 149-pound match of the morning is on your screen there on mat 2, top right corner. Benji Alanis from Northern Colorado. Alec Viduya from Air Force. And there's the tech fall on mat number 3. And Jacob Frost will advance over Daniel Miranda.
Down there on mat 1, we got Moser Schwartz from the University of Oklahoma versus Jordan Titus from West Virginia. Schwartz won this one in a close one right at the end in the duel that they had this year in Norman. So Titus is obviously looking to avenge that loss if possible.
Schwartz and Titus Tangled up there on mat
Here we
1.
go.
Nothing yet. Now
So
some near danger.
Yep. Everybody see what that ref's doing. He's
No takedown.
He's counting danger in there. He's letting Titus know 1 danger, 2 danger. If he gets to 3, he would have awarded 3 takedown there. But
Now
Titus
he
was
does
able
get
to
the
take
takedown and a 3-0 advantage.
Nice Granby roll there by Titus to get out of that. It should be a really good match here. It was highly contested during the duel. And like I said, I think if I recall correctly, Schwartz scored right at the end. Titus was really controlling the whole match. But Schwartz did a good job of coming back and ended up winning that match.
Schwartz with a first period takedown and a 3-1 advantage. The 5 seed out of Oklahoma. His 3rd season at OU, transferred from Northern Colorado. Injury cut his season short a year ago after 5 starts. And he did go 22-6 the year prior.
And he was a Big 12 champion at 133 a few years back, to your point, at Northern Colorado.
His first year at Oklahoma finished 6th at Big 12's, the tail end of that 22-6 season.
Over here on mat number 3, you got the number 2 seed, Cale Happel from Northern Iowa versus Peyton Moore from North Dakota State University. Happel with the 4-3 lead. Moore scored early. Happel got that escape and went back and got him another takedown to take the lead 4-3 early in the first. 2 minutes and 5 seconds left. Oh, here we go. Here we go down there. There.
Counting near danger. But nothing yet there on mat 1. Happel and Moore now square 4-4. Good scrap here on mat 3. Happel hunting that far leg.
Moore's out here wrestling, man. You know, and if once again, talking about these records, I look at Moore's record. They don't have a record for him. They got him down at 0-0.
And
right?
there it is, the takedown for Cale Happel.
Four to 1 for Schwartz down there on mat number 1. Minute left in the second period.
Lot of action here in this first period on mat 3. 7-5 the advantage for Cale Happel as Moore did get loose for the escape.
And
Drury and Griffin a 4-2 match as they wind down in the third period on mat 4.
Recorrect something I said earlier. They put in a backup when Schwartz wrestled Titus. It was Braun from the University of Oklahoma, not Schwartz. Shout out to those people that continue to give us information. We try to know a lot, but sometimes we forget some stuff.
So a takedown match here on mat 4. Can Griffin from Cal Baptist get a takedown and pull the upset on Drury? The two have never faced before. Drury against 7th last year at Big 12s. Griffin had some fireworks last year, as you mentioned, here at Big 12s at 125. Can he create some more here in the final minute of the third period against Drury? Instead, it's Drury with the takedown and a 7-2 advantage.
Man. Tell you what, there's been a lot of action right here with these two guys, man. Happel and Moore.
There's another takedown for Cale Happel.
Right at the end of that period. And I know
3 first period takedowns from the 2 seed.
I'm going to be consistent with that, but man, that's key. That is crucial. That was a 7-5 match. You couldn't win it the second period with the 7. You're down by 2, but now you're down by 5.
40 seconds left in the third period on mat 4. And now Eli Griffin has to do a lot of work.
Yes, he does.
Third period on mat 1. Schwartz and Titus in a 4-1 match.
I think Titus started that period on bottom, so he's got to clear out of there and get his 1. Right now it's 4-1. Riding time is not a factor. It's only at 25 seconds for Schwartz. Schwartz is still in control.
With Matt return, trying to crank up that ride time up over 30 seconds now, but there is the escape for Titus in a 4-2 match. A minute 10 here for Titus to go hunt a takedown.
Apple's just kind of turning it on now.
Instead, the go behind by Schwartz. He gets the takedown and a 7-2 advantage.
Yeah. Going to Injury down here on mat number 4 with Griffin.
Griffin in a lot of pain.
I can't tell if it's his, looks like he's at his shoulder. I know he's got a big knee brace on that right knee, but I think it may be it's one of his shoulders. I can't tell. I don't know if it's right or left. Kind of laying on his left side right now. He's got, like I said, he's got a big brace on his right knee, laying on his left side. Got the trainers out there checking him out. Got injury time going on that mat, so I hope he's okay.
Moshe Schwartz.
Here we go. Taking a quick review of this mat return on 4. Okay, I see it. He's got his arm trapped. Okay, that's where it's at. He actually had his right arm trapped. The bottom guy needs to have some sort of post when he goes down to the mat. In that situation, Eli Griffin did not. Drury had that arm trapped, lifted, and that's the first thing that hit the mat.
Shoulder hit
was that
hard.
shoulder, yes. And it's a tough one because sometimes the refs can get in there and stop it before it happens. In this situation, they were not. So that's exactly what they're checking.
Moshe Schwartz finishing off on mat 1, an 8-3 advantage with riding time. It'll be a 9-6 win as Titus did get a takedown right there at the tail end.
Happel taking a look over in the corner at Coach Roper. Cut him, ride him, turn him, try to pin him. He's going to go optional start.
An 18-7 lead as they get rolling here in this third period, so Happel will need more than just the one takedown for a tech fall.
Nice. Nice
Waterfall over the top, and another
nice
takedown for Cale Happel.
I think he's done that a time or two.
21-7 the advantage. He does have over 2 minutes worth of ride time. There is another takedown, and that will finish off the tech fall for Cale Happel. A very nice start for the number 2 seed at Northern Iowa.
And good job by Happel there, right? Gave up the first takedown. Obviously, there's 7 minutes of wrestling left. Didn't panic. You know, he's been in this position before. Found his way all the way back. It was his last takedown by Happel. Stayed in a good athletic position, just an snatch single. Gets that takedown, gets the tech fall for the UNI Panthers at 141 pounds.
Continue along here, rolling into the 149-pound ranks. You've got Drexler and Ramos there on the top left corner of your screen, mat 1. Alanis and Viduya continuing along, getting into the late stages of the third period now with a 7-2 lead for the 8 seed Benji Alanis.
And here on mat 3, you got Mr. Paul Kelly from Cal Baptist University, which is the 6th seed, and Teague Travis from Oklahoma State, which obviously came in unseeded here. And Paul Kelly has had a really good freshman campaign so far. Travis started the season at 157 pounds. Let me take this back. Let me go back on Travis. Travis actually came in as a 141 pounder, started the beginning of the season at 149 last year, went up to 57, and then went 2-2 at NCAAs, placed 4th here last year.
Yep.
Started the season at 157, got injured the second match against Oregon State, and has found his way back in the lineup at 149 pounds for this postseason for the Pokes.
He is a total wild card in this bracket. Way outside the circle there on mat 4 for Drury and Griffin as they came to the very tail end of this third period.
Wow.
7th minute action.
Good match there. Drury with the win down there.
Griffin nearly spilled him into the table.
He was close.
Look out for Tiger.
He was close.
Benji Alanis with the win on mat 2 over Viduya. But Teague Travis in there in place of Carter Young, who went 10-10 this season for the Pokes at 149. This is A sneaky little move from David Taylor in his first year as the head coach of Oklahoma State. Bringing in Travis, who's been rehabbing all year.
Yes.
Finally back healthy and able to cut weight a little bit and get down here to 149. And he could be a factor in this bracket for sure. In on an ankle here.
Nice roll by Kelly there. He's kind of in danger, though. Travis is looking for
trouble here for Teague Travis. The takedown.
He's got his 3, but Kelly's still in a good position, right? He may look to try to use a little bit of elevator in this position. So Travis has got to be smart on what he's doing here, because you can go from having a cradle to being reversed and put on your back. See, watch that.
Spinning around with that cradle.
Oh, that one's solid there.
Swipes now. 2 for Jamison. For Travis, rather. Wow. More here. Looking for the fall. Teague Travis.
That right shoulder still up.
Kelly able to roll through. 4 near fall points, but now a takedown for Kelly. A good job to get back behind Travis.
Good stuff, right? Travis did a really good job of staying patient, because Kelly was ready for him. And if you saw him when he first started doing that, he tried to elevate him over and almost got it. But once he was able to sit all the way up, and Travis was kind of falling off a little bit, that's when you got to say, you know what, it's 7-0 right now. I bail out, make it 7-2 instead of 7-4, 6, 5 or 6. You know what I mean? 2 for the reversal for Kelly in a 7-2 first period here on mat 3 between the 6th seed Kelly out of Cal Baptist and Teague Travis. Kelly's got some scrambling ability to him, my man.
Another look at the cradle that Travis had in on Kelly.
Yeah, he was close there. He did a really good job stepping over here. Stepping, once he was able to bridge there, got that leg over there, did a really good job. That shoulder's still kind of up in that position. It's pretty close, but Kelly did a good job fighting off his back in that position there. A lot of action. Kelly, like I said, Kelly's got a little bit of scramble to him, man. He's a tough freshman.
A true freshman for Cal Baptist, 14-6 on the year. Wrestled a tight match against Jordan Abbas from Stanford, number 11 in the country.
Yes.
He has shown that he's got some ability for the Lancers. But a tough draw catching Travis coming down from 157.
McDougal with the first takedown here on mat number 2 in front of us.
Willie McDougal, the 3 seed for Oklahoma, against Smokey McClure from
name.
Utah Valley.
I like that name.
One of the best names in the field. There's no 2 ways about it.
I think I need to put a star by Smokey's name, man. Oh, man, I like that name.
Smokey McClure, 4-8 on the year, another true freshman for Utah Valley. His best win of the year, a pin of Alan Viduya on February 7th. Getting tilted here by McDougal. Swipes on mat 2. 2 near fall points for McDougal, then a 5-0 advantage here in this first period for the Sooner.
Oh, man, I like that. Smokey McClure. Making me thinking of Smokey and the Bandit right there for a little bit.
Let's double check the score on mat 4. Is that an 8-0 advantage for Villegas?
Man, is that Real Buto?
On Real Buto? That's why it drew my attention. Is that score accurate?
It is. It's
double checking.
It's 8-2 now. It's still in the first period.
But the 1 seed Colin Real Buto out of UNI in major trouble on mat 4. A 9-2 score in favor of the West Virginia wrestler Sam Villegas. Lost to Real Buto 15-8 back on February the 1st, but a 9-2 start.
I will say something about Real Buto, right? Remember what Coach Schwab told us. Kid's got a gas tank, and he does not stop wrestling. Yep. So everybody remember, at one point in the time, this score was 8-0. Now the score is 9-2. They're talking about a takedown here right at the end. The officials are looking at one another. You got Coach Flynn out here on the mat. I think he's going to... Okay. I saw him tap his chest, and they're going to go up. Coach... Yeah, there was no takedown awarded there. They stopped it for some reason because there's still 5 seconds or 6 seconds left on the clock. And they're looking at something. But my point is, pay attention to that mat. Real Buto's not out of this match at 9-2, trust me.
No, not by any means. Not with the talent that he has and with the wrestler that he is, the pace that he wrestles with.
So they're reviewing, and it may be injury time down here. But it's one of those things with injury time. In college, if the wrestler takes injury time, it's the other wrestler's choice. So if that's the case, I'm pretty sure Rio Buto will go down and maybe try to escape in these last 6 seconds. But we'll get to it. We also got an injury time here on mat number 3 with Kelly.
They are reviewing on mat 4. Carlos Mansell, Josh Briscoe are 2 officials down there reviewing, trying to communicate with Doug Schwab. There is no takedown, they say.
Okay, no takedown, up on their feet, and maybe, okay, maybe that was on the official. That's probably why he was tapping his chest, like this one's on me.
But through 1 period on mat 4, a 9-2 advantage for West Virginia's Sam Hiegas.
Injury time still going in here, but I think they know that they got it under control here. Now the clock is, they got some little clock management here on mat number 2. They'll get it fixed. Injury time was still blinking. Clock was running down. There's like 5 seconds left. They'll get it figured out. Listen, I tell you what, running these scoreboards at these events is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because there's a lot riding on the line. NCAA bids, placements, all of that stuff, right? And it's a 1 second difference. If the clock's not switched in enough time, riding time, right, that could mean the difference between somebody winning or losing or having over a minute of riding time to not having over a minute riding time.
Dangerous situation on mat 4, so they'll go back to head up. Takedown here on mat number 3.
Nice low-level attack there by Travis early on that whistle.
12-2 advantage. 12-3 now with the escape for Teague Travis on the 6 seed Kelly.
Kelly's continuing to wrestle hard. You got McDougal, the 3 seed over here with the 5-2 lead.
Now it's 10-2 now as Rio Buto had no choice but to cut him loose and try and hunt a takedown.
Okay, he's counting danger.
Deep on a leg here trying to get danger. No takedown. Now he'll get the 3 points and a 10-5 score. He'll cut him loose and go hunting another.
But everybody see what Hilgers is doing, right? He could actually call him stalling from that position. That could be a stall call on West.
He was almost arguing
Yes,
for.
he almost did it. You saw that left hand come up because that's exactly what that is.
Doug Schwab petitioning for a stall call.
So what Rio Buto needs to do there is just get completely away from him. Get your hands off of him. I know the right proper way is to cut him and keep your hands on him, but in a situation like this where you're going against the time with 11-5 score, get all the way away from that dude.
11-5 now after he cut him loose, but a chance here. Swipes.
I told you.
He's got him tilted. There's 4 for Rio Buto.
Look at this.
Plus the takedown.
He's working for a fall.
Working for the fall. Look at Colin Rio Buto.
That's it.
What a comeback for the Panther. Down 10-2 to start the second period. They don't even get to the third.
I told you. I'm going to say it one more time. I told you. Then I'm done. All right, I'm done. Oh, man.
Doug Schwab said it to us earlier this week. If I was wrestling against him, it would tick me off.
Yes, it would.
14 seconds in the second period, and he finishes them off. He said he's always smiling. He's always smiling. He's just annoying to wrestle against.
Here's the fall by Rio Buto. Just got in a scramble situation. Look at it. To a smile, right? Man. Oh, my goodness.
And the number 1 seed that looked to be in real trouble? No, sir. On to the quarterfinals.
It's just a simple walk in the park. That's all it was. Rio Buto with the win. Travis with the major decision there over Kelly. McDougal with the 6-2 lead here with 44 seconds left in the third. Over my man Smokey McClure.
McClure in on a leg here, but he's got a lot of work to do. Riding time not presently a factor. 53 seconds of riding time for McDougal.
Oh,
McClure needs a couple of takedowns here. A scoreless first period on mat 1 as we get into the 157-pound ranks. That's the 8 seed, Drayden Morton for Cal Baptist, Caleb Dowling from West Virginia. Final 15 seconds here on mat 2 as Willie McDougal looks to finish it off.
Oh, man. That was a good one. That was a good one. I mean,
Conreal Buto, man.
hey, 8-0, Mike. Like, you're never out of a match. And that's one thing I pointed, right? It was so early in the match. And watching this guy wrestle over his career, he thrives in those positions. To your point, what Coach Schwab said, I'd be ticked off if I got to wrestle this guy. Right? He's always wrestling with a smile on his face, wrestles extremely hard, and that is a proven point. 14 seconds left, fall, and at one point you're down 8-0. Good job by Real Buto.
So
and good job
with the win here on mat 2. Cody Chittum for Iowa State about to take to the mat for Iowa State. Man. Chittum this year for Iowa State, the #1 seed, 14-3 on the year.
And I was saying good job to the coaches because they're still believing in him, right? They know he's been in these positions before with Schwab and Roper, whoever else was in the corner down there.
Chittum facing Bryce Shelton from Air Force. Hasn't faced Shelton.
Chittum is your Big 12 runner-up from last year. Him and Downing had that marathon match that went back and forth, and Chittum wrestles all 7 minutes. He actually cut his hair. His hair was a little bit longer. Guess he got him a fresh cut for the postseason. Need to ask Coach Dresser or Chris Perry about that. Got him a cut.
Chittum was over here working out yesterday and was scrapping a little bit with David Carr, the legend from Iowa State. And Kevin Dresser said to him, "Don't you get hurt. You get hurt, you and I are gonna have you and I are gonna have words." Carr still working with that Iowa State program, and he was working some guys hard yesterday, just trying to help guys get better. Well, obviously working himself on his future goals too.
Right. His future goals become a world and Olympic champion, and he started off on the right foot a couple of weeks ago in Iowa. You know, beating an Olympic silver medalist from 2024. So, you know, and you and I had a brief chance to talk to him right before the tournament started. So that's good for him, man. That's a way to start your career for sure. Kid's talented and just an awesome young man. I got the chance to talk to his dad over there at some duels yesterday too, but that's where he gets it from. Just that whole Carr family in general.
Tight one down here on mat 1, top left corner, a 1-1 match as Dowling gets the escape. Under 2 minutes here. Third period action at 1:57.
And you got a tight one. Speaking of another one there, Mike, down here on mat number 4, you got the 2 seed, Panero Johnson from Iowa State wrestling Avery Allen from South Dakota State. That score 0-0 going into the second period on mat number 4.
Panero's had a fantastic season at 149. The #2 seed, 18-3 on the year. Missed all of last year, but back now and making an impact for the Cyclones.
He's such an athlete. He's so powerful, extremely hard to score on as well. Shot there by Allen.
Panero Johnson said it earlier this year with the controversy and the reason why he was out with the and he said, "Hey, people forgot or wrote me off. I'm still here.
Yeah,
I'm still here." And he has shown that this season with his 18-3 run through the regular season and earning that 2 seed here in the Big 12. But action spilling out of the circle here on mat 3. Seabrook and Fulmer. This was one worth looking at in this first round at 157 pounds.
Seabrook's one of those, we talked about the impact of transfers, right? Seabrook was one of those guys that came from the University of Iowa at 157 pounds, and now he's over here wrestling with Coach Damian Hahn in the South Dakota State Jackrabbits.
Didn't compete last year, but 7th at the Big Tens in 2023 in an NCAA qualifier.
Long and lanky.
When he and Fulmer squared off earlier this year in the dual meet, it was an 8-6 win for Seabrook. So this has got potential to have some fireworks here on mat 3.
Yep,
right. A 3-2 match winding down in period number 2.
Right in that same ballpark, Mike. 3-2 score, right? You said the other score they had was 8-6, so they're right there in there. Chittum with a 3-0 lead here on mat number 2.
We're going to have overtime on mat number 1. Morton and Dowling 1-1, headed to sudden victory.
That's our second one. I was getting ready to say, Terrakina had an overtime match.
Yes.
We want to thank you guys and gals out there, everybody listening to us on ESPN Plus, tuning in. Hopefully Mike and I bring you some live, exciting action. It is always a pleasure to be here and do this, man. It is an extreme love and passion. And you may hear that in my voice. I will apologize early because I will ooh and ah.
Do not apologize for that, my man.
I may grab Mike by his wrist and all that other good stuff, but, man, I'm a true fan. I am a true fan.
Ardell Moore, the two-time All-American. I promise you, I've felt it when he has grabbed a hold of my wrist. I know why he was an All-American once upon a time, because there's no getting loose if this guy grabs a hold of me. First 36 seconds in the books on mat 1 in overtime. Morton and Dowling.
Oh, man.
Braden Morton 15-9 on the year. Dowling 6-4 for West Virginia.
Okay, we're going down here to this third period with Allen and Johnson. That scores 1-0 for Pinero with the escape in the second. He is building his riding time.
Up to about 20 seconds now, but a bit of a sleepy start to the weekend for Pinero Johnson. Needs to finish this deal off.
Well, this was a situation talking about Rio Buto earlier when him and Pinero wrestled. Pinero actually had, I think it was like a 7-2 lead on Rio Buto at one point. Rio Buto came back, tied it up
As time expired.
Yeah, really got another stall call, 2 points, really exhausted Johnson in that instance, and then came right back and got a takedown in a big win in the McLeod Center at UNI. Great duel, great match.
Pinero getting close to a minute of ride time. 52, 53, working his way up. Still has not let him get loose.
Briscoe got it with a stalemate right there. 55 seconds of riding time, 1:02 left as far as wrestling wise. But to your point, Mike, Johnson's real close to getting that riding time.
Would give him ostensibly a 2-0 advantage. Can he get 5 more seconds of riding time? The number 2 seed at 149 pounds. Allen trying to wiggle free. There's the minute for Pinero Johnson.
Yep. Siebert right here with a 4-2 lead. 30 seconds left here in this third period. Johnson's really committed to that ride.
Allen looking for a stall call against Pinero. Riding time way up over 100 minute 20 seconds now, so almost locked for Pinero that he's got the 2-0 advantage.
I mean, Allen's in the situation. Allen's in the situation now. He's got to do the best he can to try to get a reverse. Unless he can somehow, get a Granby, get a 1 and a 2 real quick within this 25-second span.
The two-point reversal would tie him up and force overtime.
He has done a
Morton and Dowling now into double OT. Into a second period of sudden victory.
Old Chittum just marching along with a 12-2 lead right now here on mat number 2.
23 seconds left on mat 4. Allen needs a reversal or something more. Johnson with a 1-0 lead and a $1:40 a riding time. That's now locked.
Escape. Let's see here.
But unless Allen can get a takedown here in these last 7 seconds. Johnson, good defense to fend it off. And the number 2 seed, a slow start, but he advances just the same. And Pinero Johnson moves on to face Logan Joffrey of Missouri, who had the first round bye in the second round. Continuing along here in overtime, Morton and Dowling on mat 1, still 1-1. Going into another 30-second riding. Tiebreaker here, Morton and Dowling. This is going to be Morton on top here. He's got to ride him out the entire time. Dowling rode him for the entire 30 seconds of the first tiebreaker.
Yep. If Dowling escapes, obviously he has the lead. Morton's got to hunt for a takedown. Oh, there's a situation right here. He's got to rotate those hips. Oh, he's on the leg. You'll see the official counting. There's his 1 right there. There's his 1 point. Yep.
There's the escape, and that will, unless Morton can get a takedown here in the final 5 seconds.
Man, good match by Dowling.
Caleb Dowling from West Virginia with the win in overtime to move on, and he will face Cody Chittum in the second round.
Takes out the 8 seed.
Caleb Dowling with an overtime win at 157 and an upset.
Working for it, man. Working for it.
Into 165 now we go. First 165-pound match brings a man that deserves to be discussed. Terrell Barraclough, the #1 seed, #3 in the national rankings. The Utah Valley Wolverine, 18-1 on the year. And he faces Tate Piccolo out of Oklahoma here in this first round on mat 2. And Barraclough, the transfer from Penn State, had a very interesting career with the Nittany Lions.
Yes.
Always a reserve, but always dangerous.
Always dangerous, you know, and sometimes when he would find his opportunity, he would make the best of it, right? And obviously you see that now with his record, 18-1. He's at Penn State for three or four years here. Came back to Utah, where he's originally from, wrestling now for Utah Valley, and you see it, right? The kid is really, really solid on his feet, but his best position, in my opinion, is on the mat and in the top position.
He was at Penn State, but he was just blocked. There's just so much talent on that roster. He was blocked by guys like Levi Haynes, Mitchell Messenbrink, Carter Storaci, guys that just, because he would wrestle just about anywhere. He'd wrestle 157, 165, 174.
Right.
He was up and down the ladder for Utah Valley, and always could make it, for Penn State, and always could make a difference, but he settled in here at 165 and shown what he can do.
Exactly, right? And obviously Coach Adam Hall and the rest of the staff is extremely happy to have him, you know. And speaking of new faces, this is his first year. And what a way to come in and come back and get you a homegrown kid that obviously now is third in the nation and trying to compete for a national title. So kudos to both of them. Kudos to Utah Valley for making this conference tougher. And, you know, now this young man's out here scrapping, trying to get on that podium and win one.
He's got a takedown here in the opening period on Piccolo. 165 is a power nexus in the Big 12. You've got 6 guys in the top 11 in the national rankings, 7 guys in the top 20 when you include Jack Thompson from Northern Iowa. It is a deep, deep 165 and a very, very talented at the top end 165 here in the Big 12.
Well, that's what we talked about, the fireworks, the excitement, and you got to be ready for every match because nothing's given. And sometimes in some of these situations, Mike, you know, these matches are separated with a lot of these guys by 1 or 2 points. Now, you did see, obviously, some adjustments. Someone like an Alirez made over a Cole Brooks earlier, right? Closer score, but now it's a tech fall. So some of these guys are peaking at the right time, but you got to be on point to wrestle. You definitely got to be on point to wrestle.
Vinny Zerbin, the 6th seed for Northern Colorado, wrestling in the bottom left corner.
Wrestling Mr. John Wiley,
the Oklahoma Sooner.
Yep.
1-2 on the year Wiley is. Hasn't wrestled since November 17th.
Banged up with injuries, but here's a cool little backstory. So on mat number 2, you got Tate Piccolo. Mat number 3, you got John Wiley. Both former high school teammates from Mustang, coached by Tate's dad, Brian Piccolo, which was a 2-time All-American at Michigan State. So lifelong relationships in this sport, man.
Piccolo's dad probably ping-ponging back and forth between these 2 matches right now, trying to figure out which one to keep his eye on more. Zerbin with a 4-0 lead on Wiley midway through period number 2. They're through the first period, Piccolo and Barraclough.
And if you remember last year, Mike, Zerbin came into this tournament as the number 2 ranked wrestler in the nation. He got upset by Jared Hill. I say upset. Yeah, he got upset by Jared Hill first round, but Jared Hill had a real close match with him at the Scuffle last year. He went 0-2 at this tournament last year, and then goes to NCAAs and didn't have the best one. So I know he's trying to rebound off of that.
Down on mat 4, it's James Conway and Michael Kilich.
We got a good situation going here between these 2. Wiley's working to score, but there's short time left here.
Final 5 seconds of the period. And Zerbin able to hold him off.
Another takedown on mat number 2.
6-0 lead for Terrell Barraclough.
Barraclough just looks, he's wrestling better on his feet in this match. He's finding more opportunities. He's getting some more attempts off. And obviously that explains with the 6-0 lead, minute 45 riding time for him.
Bearclough's only loss this year came against Jack Thompson back on December the 6th, a 10-5 decision at Cliff Keene.
That was early in the year.
He beat Cam Amin 5-4 in tiebreaker 1. He beat Peyton Hall 5-2 back on February the 6th. The 2 and 3 seed, Hall and Amin respectively, here at 165.
Zerbin looking to put some more points on the board. There it is. That increases that score to 7-0 for Zerbin. University of Northern Colorado. Troy Nickerson has done a heck of a job with that squad.
Zerbin was the #1 seed last year at 157, but had a surprise 1-2 performance here in Tulsa. Then went 1-2 in the NCAAs. Started the year though 19-0 last year to earn that #1 seed at the Big 12 championships. This year the 6th seed, 14-4 record. Good mat return.
Let me put some of this strong arm on you real quick.
Riding time up to 48 seconds for Zerbin as he continues to work his way toward a minute. Start of the 3rd period here on mat 2, a 6-0 lead for Terrell Bearclough. And well over 2.5 minutes of riding time for the #1 seed out of Utah Valley.
Mike, let everybody know how you got the correct pronunciation of Bearclough's name.
Ran into a couple of guys from Utah Valley in the elevator, man. I'm going to ask somebody straight up. Yeah. I will say, the pronunciation guide also does make it clear, Terrell Bearclough. But you know what? In these kind of situations where I'm not 1,000% certain, I'm going to ask somebody who knows.
Listen, I know some parents that maybe couldn't make it that are out there, and first thing maybe out of the mom's mouth, or you got my baby's name wrong.
That's exactly right.
I know my mama would say that, so I'm kind of speaking for all the moms. If I'm wrong, let me know. But, you know.
I hope nobody got Hardell Moore wrong. That was pretty straightforward.
Hey, Hardell, Ardell, you know, 1 L, 2 L's.
Zerbin.
That shoulder, though. Got to keep an eye out for that maybe next round, that right shoulder that he's holding. See that?
He gets the 8-1 win, but yeah, a little bit banged up perhaps coming out of his opening round win.
You know, and speaking of that, right, you know, wrestling is such a long season. And I'm not going to say nobody's 100% healthy, but everybody's got their nicks, the bumps, the bruises, especially when you're wrestling this type of match and this type of level on a consistent basis.
So the cheer you're hearing right now is because we now work our way back to 141. And at 141, you will see Tegan Jamison from Oklahoma State take to the mat against Carter Noble from Air Force. There were questions this morning about the eligibility for Tegan Jamison, and it took until now for things to be sorted out. They had to work through some things with the NCAA, but ultimately the determination has been made that yes, Tegan Jamison is eligible, and here he is on mat 3 taking on Noble from Air Force. Jamison, the #4 seed, one of the best wrestlers in the field. At one point this year was ranked #4 in the country. #6 in the country right now, coming into the Big 12 championships. There were some nervy moments this morning for the Pokes, but yes, Tegan Jamison is in.
This is what Mike and I were talking about. And, you know, we may get more information throughout this process, but once first and foremost, we want to make sure we're doing right for our listening audience, and also make sure we're doing right for these athletes and the information that we're giving out, right? So, you know, I can gladly say we did our due diligence, and we'll keep this thing rocking and rolling.
But the cheer for Tegan Jamison, as much as anything, wearing the orange singlet here in Tulsa is going to get you a cheer all by itself, but there were some nervy moments, and I think everybody from Oklahoma State, the Pokes fans are very happy and I think relieved to see Tegan Jamison on the mat right now.
And I want to say something else, obviously, kind of just with the, I say extra help, but different things we have going. So we want to give you guys and gals just a little update. We have spotters on every mat, right, that feeds things to the truck. We actually have a statistician that's been great for us so far just in this first session. So they are we got producers doing their thing. Man, I'm telling you what, they're trying to make us look smart around here.
And on mat 4, a similar situation. We told you about Cleveland Belton at 133. He too now has had his eligibility worked through and sorted out, and he will be able to take the mat down here on mat #4.
contenders.
So those were the two questions coming into the morning about 9:30 that started to kind of percolate through the ether here at the BOK Center. Quickly a takedown here from Tegan Jamison on mat 3. There were questions about Jamison's eligibility and Belton's eligibility. Fortunately for both of them, for both of their programs, the Big 12, the NCAA, their programs, they were all able to work through it. And certainly Jamison is wrestling. There are still some discussions happening down there at mat 4. And Oklahoma's head coach Roger Kish in a conversation even further now with officials. But it looks like we are going to see that match take place.
All right, down here on mat, what mat is that? Mat number 1. We got Mr. Cameron Steed from the University of Missouri versus Bowden Greenlee from North Dakota State. And obviously Steed is kind of a homegrown kid. He's from Collinsville, Oklahoma. Started his career at 157 at the University of Missouri. Obviously couldn't go up at that time because the two-time national champ, a guy by the name of Keegan O'Toole, was there.
Yeah.
But I tell you, looking at Steed now at 165 pounds, I will still wonder how he made 157 because he's a good size 65-pounder right now.
Big shoes to fill, replacing Keegan O'Toole at 165. We'll see O'Toole in a little bit. He's bumped up to 174 this year. And yes, Cleveland Belton has begun his Big 12 championships after a morning full of questions. He's on the mat against Case Mauger of Utah Valley.
Ups and downs, emotions. Wrestling is just a roller coaster in itself.
Yeah.
And then you add other stuff on top of it, right? I always tell people wrestling is the worst/best sport for parents to watch because it is it's a tough one on mom and dad.
You can't help but be happy for these two kids because there was real concern for sure. And now they're both able to actually get out here and wrestle because it wouldn't have just impacted this weekend. That would have impacted NCAA's as well.
Right. Jameson with a 3-2 lead here on mat number 3. We got 33s wrestling, we got 41s wrestling, we got 65s wrestling.
We're all over the place right now. Take me through, from your perspective as a wrestler, if you're in the situation that Jamison and Belton are in, where you've had this morning full of questions, and now you've got to refocus yourself and come out here and compete. How hard is that?
It's tough, right? I think I was going to speak on that, so thanks for bringing that up. But one of the key things is controlling your emotions, right? There's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of highs, there's a lot of lows. Do I get to or don't I get to, right? Like, where am I at in this process? So, it's one of those things, just controlling your emotions the best you can. Somebody probably back there keeping you calm, talking to you a little bit through this process. And then once you get the word, right, you just got to go out and compete now. Everything is everything. Something you've done, since you've been 4, 5, 6 years old or whenever you started. So that's probably where they're at right now. They'll get a chance after this round to sit down and kind of decompress a little bit more. But right now they got a job to do.
They both certainly are hoping that they'll be able to do that, decompressing after a win here in the first round. But both of them locked in tight ones here in the early going. Late second period, and Tegan Jamison with another takedown.
That was a
good scramble work from Jamison.
That was a really nice counter by Jamison there, right? Noble was in almost in a body lock. Jamison had a little hip whizzer, but also came, I think, was with his right leg and showed the inside-out trip there.
Meanwhile, Drake Rhodes from South Dakota State in a 3-0 hole.
So here's this takedown that I was talking about by Jamison. Right there. No, right there. So, kind of inside-out tripped the other side and went underneath and hooked his right knee there to kind of take all his post away and sit him down and secure that 3-point takedown.
A 6-2 lead for Tegan Jamison as they start the third period. Quickly, the reversal. He gets the 1 point for the escape. He had a hold of the ankle of Noble. Just the 1 point and a 7-2 advantage.
Had a hold of that, took a quick peek over his coach Kennedy. Was like, let him go, try to go get another takedown, right? Because now he's in that bonus area. You'll see a lot of this throughout the tournament, which we've already have. These guys trying to get to these bonus areas. But
if he can get a takedown and a 10-2 takedown and a light out, he could get a major decision. He's got the takedown already and a 10-2 advantage.
So, okay, watch the sequence.
He can also get riding time here. He's up to 54.
So what he's going to do now, he'll keep the leg split. Now he's going to try to get his right hand underneath Noble's throat if he can, to try to go claw and start getting near fall, right?
Swipes. 3, 4, 4 near fall points for Tegan Jamieson and a 14-2 advantage. Now with a chance to hunt a tech fall. Tegan Jamieson taking out his frustration of the morning on Noble from Air Force. Under a minute here, third period.
I think he's going to go right to a cradle.
They just now officially award the 4, so now you'll see the scoreboard reflected 14-2. Final 45 seconds. Tilting him once again is Jamieson. Noble able to roll through.
Noble did a really good job there. You kind of see where Jamieson's at. Obviously, for this cradle to be effective, if he needed to be over the head, when Noble rolled through, that kind of changed the whole dynamic of that.
Nice job to get the reversal by Noble in a 14-4 score. Jamieson still in a major decision standing right now with a 10-point advantage. He does have a minute and 37 seconds worth of riding time, but Noble won't be able to work that down. That's locked.
Steve continuing to build his lead at 18-3.
There's the tech fall on mat number 1, and Cam Steve, the number 5 seed, at 165 will advance for Missouri. And a big cheer from the home crowd here in Tulsa for Oklahoma State's Tegan Jamieson. A comfortable win. Folks all over the BOK Center wiping sweat from their brow. Yes, Tegan Jamieson is in. Yes, Tegan Jamieson wins his first round match and moves on. 2-0 lead, meanwhile, on mat 4 in favor of Case Mauger. So Belton in some trouble as they wind down the final 30 seconds of period 2.
Right. We are rocking and rolling and moving along. Got some 174s on the mat,
including Dean Hamity, one of the most interesting and most entertaining wrestlers in the entire field.
Yes. Already in on a leg. He was in there about the first 10 seconds of the match.
And Dean Hamity's got a takedown 25 seconds in. That feels late for him.
And once again, another transfer, right? Came from Wisconsin, 2-time All-American, got beat by Isaac Olenek last year in the blood round at NCAAs. He has a wide open style. Him and O'Toole wrestle, I say very similar. They're both really good on the mat. They're both really good on their feet. They like to put points on the board. They both will cradle you and or turn you. So, you know, if they both do their job this weekend, we'll see them in trying to scrap out in the Big 12 finals.
Hamity, second last year in the Big Ten. Won a Big Ten title in 2023. Last year in a final against Mitchell Messenbrink, lost a thriller. 19-0 this season.
All right, I'm going to tell you guys to keep an eye out for this young man on mat number 3. You got Logan Fowler from Air Force. The person I'm talking about is Nico Ruiz from Arizona State, 12-5. If he wins this match, he will have a rematch with Cam Amin, which is the 3 seed for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Ruiz won that match in Gallagher, Iowa. So keep an eye out for this, right? Like I said, everybody's record right now is 0-0. My pops just tell me that all the daggone time. Now I see myself telling it to my kids and my son and all that stuff. So, yeah.
It's amazing how quickly we become our fathers, right?
And then you sit back and be like, hey, yeah, I guess I am.
That win over Amin, by the way, 4-1 in sudden victories. That was a thrilling match that we may see happen once again later on today.
I mean, he's a good size 65-pounder. He's a young 65-pounder. And bottom line, kid can wrestle. He can wrestle.
Got dinged up in the middle of January, but getting closer and closer to fully healthy. Zeke Jones said, I think he's going to be really good this weekend. I think he's going to be even better at the NCAAs as he gets just that much closer to healthy.
Sure did, right? Belton with the shot down there, 1-1. Belton with the takedown to take a 4-1 lead with 35 seconds left in the third. Riding time is not a factor. Committee with another takedown down there.
9-2 lead for Dean Hamity. The number 3 ranked wrestler in the country at 174 pounds. And you mentioned earlier, everybody has their eyes toward Sunday night and what is likely to be, but certainly multiple wrestlers with opportunities to say something about it. Gavin Sachs, Jared Simma, but everybody's eyes up toward the possibility of Dean Hamity and Keegan O'Toole going head-to-head.
Yep.
For the championship at 174.
Yep.
O'Toole #1 in the country.
And the
in
reason,
the 174 rankings.
And the reason why, you know, looking at our bracket, you got Hamity, which is the 1, you got O'Toole, which is the 2. A lot of that is just the amount of matches they've wrestled. O'Toole was out, I think, from December all the way until just recently, you know, Missouri's last home match. But that's why you got to figure it out on the mat, right?
Yeah, O'Toole missed 2 full months, from
yeah.
December 22nd to February 22nd.
Which I don't think he's accustomed to that, you know. That dude can wrestle. He's a good dude, man. Really good dude.
Meanwhile, on mat 4, Cleveland Belton, after a tough morning, able to get the win. There you see David Taylor, the new head coach of the Oklahoma State Cowboys, took over for the legend, John Smith, after 33 years at the helm. And Taylor, a legend in his own right with what he's done as an individual wrestler, but now taking on the challenge of coaching.
Yes, you know what I mean? Like I said, we talked about that earlier in the opening with J-Dub retiring after 33 years.
Hamity looking for a pin, 4 near fall, a 16-3 advantage in the second period. Dean Hamity is bonus points personified, looking for a fall. Schmidt trying to keep that shoulder up. There it is, Dean Hamity with the pin.
Doing what he does, but to get back to Coach Taylor and Coach Smith, obviously, Coach Smith's living his best life, right? Like, I see the dude, he's got a beard, he's got that cowboy hat on, he's at a lot of the duels, he's hunting, he's fishing, he's taking vacations. So, you know, David and the rest of the staff, they're learning, man, but they've done a great job so far. It's been fun to have them. Hey, are there any Oklahoma State fans here? There's just a few, brother, just a few. They travel pretty well.
Big cheer for Dean Hamity and the senior. It is a senior-laden group.
It is.
For David Taylor this year. You mentioned a lot of transfers,
yes.
But whether it's guys that transferred in or guys that have been there for a while, it's senior-heavy. Luke Serber certainly been part of that Cowboys program for a while now. He's a senior this year. Wyatt Hendrickson, the transfer from Air Force, he's a senior this year. Hamity as well. That it is a group that is there's a lot of, hey, this is our last ride. That's the mentality of this group, and they want to go accomplish a whole heck of a lot over the course of the next few weeks.
Exactly. Lewis with an 8-1 lead. Get to my 165.
Keegan O'Toole take to the mat now. He's on mat 1. 174. Seeing Devin Wasley from North Dakota State as the first opponent for O'Toole in this tournament. The two have not faced one another. O'Toole has also not faced MJ Gaitan, the Iowa State wrestler who awaits in the second round. Gaitan got a first-round bye here at 174. Of course, a lot of the guys in this field O'Toole hasn't faced between the injury that kept him out for 2 months during the prime duel period, and of course coming up from 165 last year. So a lot of these guys are going to be fresh to Keegan O'Toole.
Yep. And the main one he has faced is Levi Haynes. He wrestled him early in the year, obviously before the injuries, and could have been even banged up there, but won that one in sudden victory.
His best win of the year.
Best win of the year, no doubt, right? Which is a big one, because those guys have been 1, 2, 3 all year pretty much with Levi and Dean and Keegan as well. But, you know, 2-time national champs, been a staple of the Missouri program for a long time. And, you know, and another name we're not seeing in the Missouri lineup this year is Elam. You know, that's another one that's just been completely banged up, and hopefully we get a chance to see him next year as well. Had a chance to talk to Coach Brian Smith about that when they came to GIA and doing the duels. He goes, Hardell, if you are in our practices, you would have the slightest idea. And he goes, that's what I want to see as a coach, is just how hard my guys are continuing to fight. You know, because there's guys that were wrestling 41, wrestling 157 pounds.
Yeah.
So, for sure.
Ruiz with a 11-1 lead on Fowler with a minute to go in the third period. O'Toole with an early takedown and a 3-0 advantage. And you've got Jack Thompson on mat 4 with a 6-1 lead on Cooper Voorhees from Wyoming.
And then you got the Peyton Hall, which you talked about how deep 165 is.
Yes.
You got Peyton Hall right here on mat 2 versus Daniel Manabog, which used to wrestle for Oklahoma State University, but has now recently transferred to Cal Baptist.
The two have never faced Hall and Manabog. Peyton Hall 23-1 on the year, number 4 in the national rankings. His only loss this year came against Barraclough from Utah Valley, 5-2 back on February the 6th in the duel.
Got my boy Mark Munoz in the corner over there for Cal Baptist University. Need to make sure I say what's up to him during one of these breaks. National champion, UFC legend. All right. Kind of taking a little breath here, Mike.
It's necessary from time to time. It really is. All 3 matches right now, all 4 matches on your screen right now, either already lopsided or one might argue the one on mat 2 is headed in that direction, although Manabog wrestling well through this first period, only giving up the 1 takedown to Peyton Hall. If you look at Brian Smith there on mat 1, the head coach for Keegan O'Toole in that Missouri program. 3-time Big 12 champion, 9-time MAC champion. They strung those 12 together from 2012 to 2023.
And now he is the most tenured coach in the Big 12, meaning that J-Dub has retired. So a lot of great guys, a lot of great wrestlers come out of Missouri under Coach Brian Smith.
27th season for Brian Smith as the head coach.
That's special, man. That is really, really special.
Second most tenured would be Mark Branch from Wyoming. He's in his 17th season.
Okay.
And then Doug Schwab would follow, 15th year with the Panthers for Doug Schwab as his team tries to contend for a Big 12 title this year. One of his wrestlers, Thompson, down there on mat 4 with a 6-2 advantage on Cooper Voorhees.
Yep, 44 seconds. Thompson's got, or there's no score yet, so as far as that, but he's got a 1:54 riding time right now. You know, and sometimes I'll say in complete control, maybe if you got a 10, 11-point lead, but we did see an 8-0 lead one time or another. But
an 8-0 lead, a 10-2 lead that just evaporated.
Disappeared.
Colin Real Buteau.
And, you know, people ask me all the time, Hardell, are you a fan of the new rule changes? Yes, I am. One, I think it, you know, you always want to award the offensive or aggressive wrestling. 2, I think it obviously brings more excitement to the sport, and these guys want to come out here and put on a show and try to put up as many points as you can. But also, you can battle your way back into a match like we've seen. But also, if you're not careful, you can be out of a match real quick as well. So I do like the new rule changes. I like the 3 takedown. I like the 2, the 3, the 4. I like all of that stuff. Peyton Hall locking up the cradle here with 10 seconds left in this second period.
Riley Davis from Wyoming, Jack Ganos from Air Force. The match on mat 3 still scoreless. 2 minutes into the opening period. Thompson has never faced Voorhees. The match down on mat 4 rather, starting the third period.
7-2.
7-2 as Voorhees cut him loose. Voorhees knowing he's got to hunt a couple takedowns here in this final period.
You got O'Toole with a 7-2 lead. Ooh, man, he got 3 minutes and 12 seconds of riding time.
As they start the third period, his riding time is already locked. It was locked late in the second period.
Yeah, it ain't going nowhere, brother.
No, it is not. That's like Fort Knox.
Yes.
Peyton Hall with a 10-0 advantage as they spill out of the circle on mat 2. First takedown on mat 3 goes to Davis, the 8 seed, and a 3-0 advantage late in that first period. Another late period takedown.
I'm telling you, man. You just got to be ready every second, man. It's, you know, and obviously it's not like these guys are trying to give that up, right? It's kudos to that young man to go find that takedown, go hunt that takedown down.
Mark Branch barking out some instructions here to Davis as they get rolling with the second period.
My former teammate. Love that dude, man. Just a lot of good people in wrestling, man. You know what I mean? Like, just a lot of good people.
It's just pokes everywhere, man. You guys just
it's
run amok.
It's a family, man. You know, Coach Smith has done a heck of a job, obviously, his coaching, but his coaching tree, not only on the college level, high school level, junior high level, youth level, Like, it's crazy. It really, really is. It is really, really crazy, man. And we all still have some sort of communication from time to time. I mean, it's good stuff.
The proliferation of John Smith's coaching tree mirrors the proliferation of wrestling as a whole. That's a good thing for the sport, to have his coaching tree spread as far and wide as it is, because that grows the game, that teaches the game at a really, really high level.
Really, really high level, Mike. You know, he's the OG of the group. You know what I'm saying? So, and we can still come to him for advice. And obviously the relationships have changed now from wrestler to now grown man with family and all this other stuff. You know, I can actually grab him and take him down and hold him down now. You know what I'm saying?
I imagine when you were still in school, that was not the case.
No, it wasn't, brother. Trust me. O'Toole with the victory down there on mat number 1.
Cruising into the second round, and he'll face MJ Gaitan in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, on mat 4, that match wraps up as well, and Jack Thompson advances. Match number 40 of the day brings Gavin Sachs, the number 3 seed from Oklahoma, to the center circle against Mark Takara from Utah Valley. And then it's the 6-2 advantage for Davis over Ganos on mat number 3 as they wind down in the second period.
This is Sachs's position right here, man. He is a really, really good counter wrestler, and he's really, really good on top.
Takara trying to keep a hold of that ankle. But there's the takedown for Gavin Sachs, and a quick start for the Sooner.
And the boot's going to come in, drape over the top, go across, and try to pull him back. Oh, got a cradle. Nice
Quickly
job.
with a cradle
Quickly
for
with a
Gavin
cradle.
Sachs. 4 swipes for Gavin Sachs, and now the pin. Lightning fast work from the 3 seed from Oklahoma, 43 seconds in.
Out there. Counter.
Gavin Sachs sets up a second round matchup with Brody Conley in a 3-6 meeting. One more look at the pin from Gavin Sachs.
Yeah, threw that right boot in. That head and knee was a little too close together. And Sachs is strong, man. Gavin Sachs is one strong dude. You get you locked up in that bad boy. Didn't have to put his bottom knee in the ribs or nothing. Just straight manpower right there.
Sachs, the transfer from North Dakota State, only 3 losses all year. 1 to Gaitan, 1 to Hamity.
Got beat out in the blood round last year at NCAAs.
Yes, he did, against Cade DeVos, who he also lost to in the Big 12 final last year here in Tulsa.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look down there on mat number 1, you got that dude, a.k.a. Parker Keckheisen.
Beginning his Big 12 championships, A.J. Heeg from Northern Colorado drew the short straw and has to face Keckheisen in the first round.
Yep, Heeg's originally from Illinois, came to Oklahoma, wrestled for Stillwater and Edmond Memorial. Started off at Oklahoma State, once again transferred to the University of Northern Colorado. Facing Keckheisen in this first round, returning national champion at 184. You know, we got a few of these weights this year that have 2 national champions in them, 84 heavyweight and 41. That's something.
Keckheisen 20-0 this year after a 31-0 perfect run to a national championship. UNI's first undefeated national champion since Bill Dotson went 18-0 in 1963. So the last time Parker Keckheisen lost a match was the 2023 final against Penn State's Aaron Brooks, 721 days ago.
Go ahead,
And one other piece of history on the table potentially this weekend for Parker Keckheisen. He could be the second 5-time Big 12 champion after Dayton Fix did it a year ago. Keckheisen already with 4, a chance to go claim a 5th over the course of this weekend. Already a takedown in that first period and a 3-1 lead on Heeg.
And we had a chance to talk to Coach Schwab about him and obviously, you know, what he's meant to the program, right? And as Coach Schwab would say, just his process. If you see him on a regular basis, he's the first one there, he's the last one out, he's always doing extra stuff. But, you know, even to his point, it's like who he is off of the mat and what he means to those other set of guys that are in that room.
Meanwhile, on mat 2, really good one that's worth watching here. Dennis Robin and Caleb Uhlenhop from Utah Valley. Those two wrestled earlier this year in the duel, and it was a match that went to sudden victory. Uhlenhop with a 9-2 win in sudden victory period number 1. And now a takedown here for the Wolverine and a 3-0 advantage.
Right there on the edge, too, for Uhlenhop in that position. Little scramble situation, kept those toes in. 3-0, minute 16 left in that first period, so a lot of good body lock by Colton Hawks, which he's been out of the lineup as well. He was another Missouri Tiger that's been banged up that Coach Smith got him back, I think, him and Keegan back at the last home duel in front of the Missouri fans. So good to see him back here on the mat at 184 pounds.
184 is another weight class that is super deep this year in the Big 12. 8 wrestlers in the top 25 in the national rankings. Hawks ranked number 14 in the country. And yet the 8th seed here in Tulsa. That's how deep it is in the Big 12 at 184. Has not faced Aiden Burnell, the wrestler out of Utah Valley. I beg your pardon, out of North Dakota State.
You got Sima with the 6-1 lead down here on mat number 4. He is the 4 seed at this weight.
Already a 6-1 lead on Rick McElhenney.
And Sima was super close last year making it to the semifinals. Oh, man. 6-2.
Second straight year that Sima and Rick McElhenney are facing off here at the Big 12 Championships. It was a 17-2 tech fall in favor of Sima last year. They met in the duel on January 11th, and it was a major decision for Sima, 15-7 the final in that one. A 6-2 advantage, 31 seconds into period number 2. Kekheisen with a 9-2 advantage on Heeg midway through the second period. And Uhlenhop with a couple of first period takedowns. Yeah. He's got a lead here on Dennis Robin, 6-1.
We missed that, right? Obviously, we saw the first one. We kind of turn our head, look side to side, look back up at the scoreboard, and you realize it's 6-1. Man, okay, young fella.
Good start here for Uhlenhop as they get ready to start period number 2. The redshirt sophomore went 8-9 a year ago. 12-6 in his redshirt year. Placed second at the Roadrunner Open. Won the Snow College Winter Classic, going 5-0. This year, though, taking over as the starter for Utah Valley at 184, went 12-10, and off to a really nice start here as they open up this second period on mat number 2, top right corner of your screen.
Oh, he's got to watch himself, though, there, Mike. There it is.
Trouble.
Nope, he gave one swipe.
Nothing yet. Robin's still trying to tilt him. Can't get a firm hold of that shoulder.
Peterson like that.
Uhlenhop did a nice job of just wiggling that arm free.
Yeah, and what he did in that position there, he was almost he gave up one swipe, right? So obviously there's nothing there on that swipe, but he did a good job of posting himself up and getting his back away from the mat. Once he started doing that, that's where the official was like, okay, I can't give swipes here. Hit a nice little roll there, or a little head roll there, almost got a Peterson locked up, but was able to get his 1-point escape.
So a 7-1 advantage now for Caleb Uhlenhop from Utah Valley. Winner of this one will face the winner of Dustin Plott and David Berkovich in the second round. Plott, the number 2 seed, 15-3 on the year for Oklahoma State. Another 3-point takedown for Caleb Uhlenhop and a 10-1 advantage on the 7 seed Dennis Robin.
Yeah, he's widening the gap right now. Hawks down here in a 4-4 tie on mat number 3. Sima with a 13-3 lead down there on mat number 4, still in the second period. He's got a bunch of riding time with 2 minutes and 19 seconds down there.
Starting period number 2 on mat 3. That's a good one, tied up at 4.
Back and forth here. Kekheisen just doing his thing, 17-3. Riding time's going up. Just scored another takedown, 132 of riding time for Parker Kekheisen, returning national champ at 184 pounds.
Let's go full here on mat 3 for a second. That's the only one of the 4 that's really close right now. Bruneau gets the escape, so he's got the 5-4 advantage 30 seconds into this second period. Colton Hawks, the 8 seed, we mentioned it, number 14 in the national rankings. But in a scrap here against a wrestler that he's never faced before.
Hawks came out early, got the early takedown. Battling back, you know, and this is part of that feeling process, right? Being out for probably as long as he was. Granted, he wrestled his last match at their last home duel, but, you know, now you're here, you're making weight, you're off the scale, it's a tournament, it's obviously a little bit longer than your duel, you know, but
it doesn't just flip like a switch.
I wish it would, brother, trust me. I think all wrestlers wish it would, but, you know.
Another shot here.
Shot.
The leg for Bruno.
Bruno's
trying to grab that second leg, and there's the takedown.
Yes. Once his left hand went up on Hawks' hip, Hawks' hand touched the mat, that's when they awarded the 3 points.
And an 8-4 lead for the North Dakota State Bison. The redshirt freshman, 17-13 on the year.
Yeah, okay. Be in there, man. Be in there. 30 seconds. Now, this is a big sequence right here. 30 seconds left in this period. I got an 8-4 lead. Obviously, go ride him out this whole third. Go into that third period with the 8-4 lead instead of 8-5. So a couple of good mat returns. And,
if he could ride him out, he'd work the riding time almost down to 0.
Yep. You know,
Hawks able to get to his feet and get loose for the 1, and it's 8-5.
You know, you got to tell yourself in that position, hey, I got to get at least 2 good mat returns, right? And then off one of those mat returns, get a good tight waist, get to the wrist, ride this period out.
A shot there and a go behind. Nothing yet. There's the 3 for Bruno.
Wow.
Lots of action in the final 15 seconds of the second period, and Colton Hawks has got himself in some real trouble.
Well, Bruno just told me, yeah, Hardell, I'm going to let him escape, then I'm going to take him down. So we're going to take a quick look at this. Little counter here, good sprawl, baseline, run corner, grab thigh, get the trip. Once his hands hit the mat, there's the 3. Now time's out, so yes, it is 3 points. They're actually reviewing it. This is a ref's time. They're looking at the time and seeing what they need to do, but looking at that replay, that was 3 points. And there was probably maybe 2 seconds left on the clock.
They will double check and make sure. Jason Rivera and Jonathan Sutton are officials there on mat 3, making certain that the takedown for Aiden Bruno did happen in time. Yes, it did. 3 points awarded and an 11-5 lead for Aiden Bruno on Colton Hawks. 2 takedowns for Bruno in the last 33 seconds of that second period. And that represents the advantage.
Yes, right? So, like I told you, he basically told me to shut up, right? I feel you, dog. I'm just over here talking. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at you, baby. I am not mad at you, doc.
So Colton Hawks with a ton of work to do here. That return from Bruno. So scramble here from these two as they spill their way out of the circle.
Okay, I'm going to mention this. Bruno's got to be careful with these Granby rolls that Hawks is hitting. Hawks is looking for something big, right? 2 reversal, 4 near fall. Obviously, that would put him right back in this match with a 6-point deficit, right? So you see what Hawks is looking for. So this is where Bruno's got to be smart. Either do I flow with him, do I let him go and give him 1 and not put myself in danger? So
a lightning fast takedown on mat 2, by the way, for Luke Serber as he starts his tournament. But the focus here is on mat 3 and an 11-5 lead as they start the third period for Aiden Bruno from North Dakota State.
There it is again.
Colton Hawks trying to roll his way through. Bruno still heavy on that waist.
This is a really good ride by Bruno. Hawks has tried 3 different Granby rolls, and Bruno has stuffed them all. He's flowing with him really, really good. And I
know cranking up some riding time now here too, up to close to 40 seconds. Another roll through from Hawks.
But I'd like the message what Bruno's sending here. I want to end this match on an exclamation point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, right now you might as well commit to this ride with 45 seconds left, and he's already taken his riding time down, and he's putting his on the points, and he's close to getting swipes. So it's all winning right now for him.
Aiden Bruno just now over a minute of riding time, and he's getting swipes on Hawks. That's going to be 2 more at a 13-5 advantage, ostensibly a 14-5 advantage with the riding time Aiden Brunel from North Dakota State with a statement here in the first round.
Good job, young fella. I know Coach Obi Blanc is pretty satisfied with this match right here.
Another mat return just for good measure.
Man, that's like a hit. Good job, Brunel. Man, nice job, young fella. Nice job.
And Obenson Blanc, the new head coach for North Dakota State in his second year, got to be happy with Aiden Brunel right here.
Yep, he's over on the other mat. He's watching here on mat number 2, but trust me, he's kind of looking behind, trying to see what's going on as well.
A 14-5 win for Aiden Brunel to move on to the second round, knocking off the 4 seed.
Wow, good match. Good match. Got Luke Serber on the mat here for the Oklahoma State Cowboys versus Tayshawn Glover.
Beg your pardon, knocking off the 8 seed Hawks.
Okay. Serber with the 9-2 lead. 1:14 riding time, minute 5 left in the first period.
Yeah, Luke Serber's flying already. 3 first period takedowns.
So I got to tell a quick story here real quick. So we were in the elevator last night at the hotel, and Bachman got on the elevator with me and my son. Like, he just maybe came from cutting weight or going down to his room.
Okay.
Had his shirt off, kind of got in the elevator. And I looked at him and I said, hey, man, I was like, you ready for tomorrow? He said, yes, sir. I said, where you at? He goes, Iowa State. And I thought it was him. And I was like, last name Bachman? He was like, yes, sir. So when he got off the elevator, my son looked at me and was like, God, how does he make weight? But what I told Maddox, I was like, he used to be a 97-pounder. And Bachman's a transfer from Utah Valley. He wrestled at Utah Valley last year at 197, transferred over to Iowa State, and went down to 184 pounds. So
finished 7th last year at 197.
Yeah, it was a good story there for Maddox and I yesterday.
On mat 3, you see Dustin Plott getting his Big 12 championships underway against Berkovich from Cal Baptist. Chance there for Serber, trying to tilt Glover.
Yeah, he gave up a takedown, got back to the reversal. Glover did a good job of getting to his belly. Good double leg by Plott.
And Plott gets the first takedown of the match, 27 seconds in. Bennett Berge out to a 4-0 lead on mat number 1.
That kid can wrestle, man. He can attack both sides of the body. He's a returning All-American at 184 pounds last year. You look at, speaking of the depth, obviously you talk about 65. You got 3 of them at 184 with Plott, Keckheisen, which met in the NCAA finals, and Berge, a returning All-American as well.
Keckheisen with the win over Plott, both here in Tulsa at the Big 12s and in the NCAA final.
Yep.
Berge ranked 5th in the national rankings. You've got Bachman nationally ranked, Parker, Nietenbach, Robin, Hawks, all in the national rankings. We've already seen Hawks go down in the first round, so it's not just those 8. It is a deep 184.
And that's what you like to see, right? And that, like I said, that's one of the things that gives some more allocations to the Big 12, more allocations for these schools. It's it is a tough conference tournament, man. And you add more of these teams, obviously Arizona State being the new team added this year. But it's just good high-level wrestling.
7 allocations for the Big 12 at 184. 8 guys in the national ranking. So at least one nationally ranked wrestler won't get the auto bid.
Good flurry there.
Another takedown for Serber.
Yep. Glover tried a little lateral drop. Serber was ready for that. Kind of flattened his hips out.
Now tilting Glover. Nothing yet. 2, 3.
That'll do it there. Did he get 4 or 3?
He will get 4. And that will be enough for the tech fall. And Luke Serber starts off with a 22-7 win in the first round over Glover.
You hear the crowd, that's not a boo, that's a
The number 1 seed moving on comfortably. Tayshawn Glover from North Dakota State will work into wrestlebacks.
Plott with a 6-1 lead. That's my man Bachman. Bachman down there 10-1. On mat number 4, got 141 of riding time. Plott's riding time on mat 3 with this 6-1 lead is 120. Got some new match coming up on mat number 2.
Bachman facing somebody engaged muscle he's never faced before. Chance here on mat 3. And there's the pin. Dustin Plott starts in style, and more bonus points for Oklahoma State. David Taylor with a handshake for Dustin Plott, who's now 16-3 on the year, and the number 3 nationally ranked wrestler at 184 moves on to the second round. He will face Caleb Uhlenhop from Utah Valley.
All right. Head on the swivel. Head on the swivel. Sorry, y'all don't need to hear my singing because I cannot sing, so let me stop that right now. I'm going to quit, Mike. Let me quit. Let me quit, dude. Let me quit. Hey.
Oh, man. Listen, that's the entire focus of the day. You got to be all over. You got 2 184 matches going at the same time as 2 197 matches. Bennett Berkey with a takedown there on mat 1, and an 8-1 lead as they wind down in the third period of that match. Sorry. Bennett Berkey ready to move on. He'll face Eddie Mittenbach from Wyoming, who had the first round bye in 184. Anthony Parker, DJ Parker from Oklahoma also had a first round bye. Okay. He'll face, it would appear, Bachman, and yes, that did just go final. Yeah. Bachman with a tech fall, and he'll move on with a win over Gage Musser.
Bachman has not missed many days in the weight room, brother. I'll just stick.
How does that dude make weight?
I'll just stick. Well, listen, man. Everything nowadays, and you and I both know this, right? We're eating some power bars, protein bars before we come up here. But these are well conditioned and trained athletes, right? Yes. And all these guys, these programs got dietitians, nutritionists, and some of them obviously have a meal plan that they have to eat to point, whether it's MMA, wrestling, whatever the case you're doing. So when you get on a plan like that and you have nutrition like that on a daily basis, you got to take full advantage of that, man. Because once you leave college, you may just be eating Roman noodles all the time or something. You know what I'm saying?
I hope not.
Well, hey, you know what I mean. I've had a good Roman noodle or two.
These guys, though, they're so well conditioned. They're well-oiled machines.
Yes.
They can cut 5-6 pounds like it's nothing.
Well, and obviously with the new rules, the hydration testing, different things like that they do. These guys pretty much walk around, probably majority of them, even during the summer, trying not to get no more than 10, 15 pounds overweight, because now wrestling, it's year-round. And you think about it, they're weighing in. Obviously, the rule used to be you weigh in for duels 1 hour before the duel. Tournaments have always been 2 hours. I like the fact that now you do the duels to, nice.
Near fall on mat 2. Opportunity here for Sean on Meissner. Looking for the pin. Trying to anchor that shoulder to the mat, and he does.
Nice body lock. Nice work, young fella. But they've made it beneficial for the wrestler. Now with the things that they're putting in their body, the protein shakes, the recovery, all of this stuff, man. I mean, it's awesome.
And Nathan Schoen moving on. Wyatt Volker awaits him in the second round.
Boom, body lock. Took him the other way. Ends up getting that fall there. Took his time, man. Like I always say, man, I say this, when you get in these positions like this, you're just kind of like an anaconda taking your prey out, right? You're just squeezing and just waiting because you're in no hurry. They'll make the mistake, get the fall, get off the mat, go recoup, refuel, kick your feet up a little bit.
And you can just see the look on his opponent's face of,
yeah, man,
there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, especially in that situation.
So we are now fully into the 197 ranks. Right? And in fact, I believe we're about to get our first heavyweight match of the day, as we're going to see Sam Mitchell and Brian Finnerty on mat 2. Mat 3, Berberiha and Donahue. The 7-seed Berberiha out of Air Force.
And we got that correct pronunciation from Coach Barber himself. So if Mike is wrong, no, I'm not going to do it.
Listen, there's only 139 wrestlers in the field that we've got to be on top of. It's nothing.
It's nothing. Hey, it's no worry. It's no worry. That's awesome.
Bush and Cassat on mat 4. Got the only match currently rolling that has any points.
Right.
3-1 in favor of Bush, the 5 seed at 197. Early second period, Berberiha and Donahue. Berberiha with the escape and a 1-0 advantage on mat 3.
These are all 3-1s, 1-0, 0-0, 0-0. So all some tight affairs right now between these wrestlers on the mat.
We will roll through this first round, the first round of wrestlebacks, and also the quarterfinals here in session 1. This is the first of 4 sessions this weekend. Session 2 will be later this evening. That will feature the semifinals and also 2 rounds worth of wrestlebacks. And then session 3 on Sunday morning will be 3rd place, 5th place, 7th place matches before the championship matches on Sunday night on ESPNU.
And I always like to say, you know, those semifinals will definitely be fireworks, but a lot of those wrestlebacks are fireworks too, because they're fighting to stay alive. They're fighting to try to get a spot on this podium and make it to NCAAs in Philadelphia here in another couple of weeks.
A lot of times wrestling for allocations.
Yes. We got 1 heavyweight wrestling, is that right?
Yeah, heavyweight here on mat 2.
Okay.
Finnerty and Mitchell. Everything else is 197.
Okay.
Bush now with a 7-1 lead on Cassatt. Benny from Utah Valley with a 2-0 advantage on the 8 seed Hill. Bradley Hill from Oklahoma, 7-10 on the year.
Hill's another former Hawkeye. As a matter of fact, used to wrestle heavyweight for the Hawkeyes.
Wrestled there for 2 seasons.
Yep.
Started for the Hawkeyes last year, 21-9 record, 7-3 in the duels. Won his NCAA tournament opener against Owen Trefan from NC State, but then lost his other 2 matches.
And Trefan now is at Lehigh and is highly ranked in the heavyweight divisions. Having a really, really good season so far.
Hill has not faced Cale Benny before and finds himself in a 2-0 hole midway through this second period. Winner of that one will face the 1 seed, Luke Serber.
Benny's doing a good job committing to this ride, right? They've gone out of bounds a couple of times. But if you're committed to this ride on top, you're probably thinking, you know what, every 15 or so seconds, if we happen to go out of bounds, that just kind of adds up to that ride time. Hill's going to have to get to his feet, stay to his feet in the center of the mat, because every time he's done it, he's been to the edge. Now, here's the difference. There he is. He did it right in the center of the mat, where Benny was unable to kind of like push him one time and you're out of bounds.
So 2-1 score on mat 1. Mat 3, we've got a 1-0 advantage for Berberiha on Donahue. And Berberiha on the ride here, cranking up close to 30 seconds worth of riding time. Has the 1-0 lead on his second period escape. Not a whole lot of scoring to speak of in that match at 197, but Berberiha in an advantageous spot right now, trying to get up to a minute of riding time.
He's pretty close too, 20 seconds away. Got that right boot thrown in, nice Turk. Hip pice over, kind of getting underneath that throat.
These 2 guys went to sudden victory when they met in the duel a couple weeks ago.
Trying to pull his head to his chest so he can get some swipes there.
There's the minute of riding time for Berberiha. 40 seconds left in that third period. Now he's got him tilted. Three swipes for near fall for Berberiha and a 4-0 advantage.
Good exchange for Berberiha in that position. He had that Turk on the right-hand side, kept jumping to the left. Then he made an adjustment, came back to the right, used his left hand to get a good tight waist and just used his strength, stayed tight like a ball, and got 3 swipes in that position, 2 swipes in that position. Got 3 swipes, sorry.
15 seconds as they work their way out of the circle. Berberiha won that match with Donahue in the duel, 8-5 in sudden victory 1.
Got Titus on the whistle right here on mat number 3.
The roll through by Donahue, but Berberiha right back on top of him. The mat return, and that will just about finish this one. And Berberiha from Air Force will move on to the second round at 197.
Benny now with the 5-1 lead on mat number 1. Minute 5 riding time in there. 1:37 left in the third period.
A lot of work to be done by Bradley Hill,
yes, sir.
The Oklahoma Sooner. Meanwhile, Ian Bush in firm control down on mat 4, a 15-2 advantage as they wind down the final few seconds. And the West Virginia Mountaineer will move on to the second round. They'll face Zach DeLazier from South Dakota State, another of the transfers that you've talked about.
Yep.
DeLazier coming over from Iowa. Winner of that one would face the winner of Serber and either Benny or Hill.
Benny Hill.
And the gang.
Everybody remembers it.
We both went the same place. There's no getting around that. It's only a shame that on our graphic it's reversed. It's Hill over Benny.
It's Hill over Benny. I couldn't help myself.
I saw your eyes light up. Either Benny or Hill will face Serber in the second round. Winners there will face the winner of Bush and DeLazier in the semifinals at 197.
All right, we are to the big boys now. Majority of these matches except number 1. We got Wyatt Hendrickson that just stepped out here. The number 1 seed versus Antonio Ramos from Air Force, Hendrickson's former team.
And a big cheer from the heavy Oklahoma State crowd is very quickly Hendrickson's got a takedown on Ramos on mat 4. Hendrickson, third last year at NCAA's, second here at the Big 12, lost to Younger Bastida from Iowa State in that final 10-7.
Very, very good match. Very good match. And here on mat number 3, you got Juan Mora from University of Oklahoma versus Jack Forbes from Utah Valley. And Mora is from North Dakota State as well. Obviously, Coach Kish coached him when he was there, and Mora made the move to Norman a couple of years ago. Same thing with Parker as well.
The only 197 match left on your screen is that top left corner with Bradley Hill and Cale Benny. Hill finally able to get loose. Needs a takedown, though, here in these final 10 seconds. Benny just holding them off as they spill out of bounds. Stall warning. But only 3 seconds left here for Hill. And he's just not going to have enough time to do anything about it. Cale Benny with the win at 197. He will face the 1 seed Luke Serber in the second round.
Hendrickson was working for some swipes down there on mat number 4. Got 1 swipe, had to get his hips back on top to kind of get back into control, make sure he doesn't give up a defensive fall.
One final 197-pound match will happen now on mat 1. Joey Novak, the 2 seed out of Wyoming, and Eli Sheeran from Cal Baptist. Before we fully move our way into the heavyweight ranks, and then we will cycle back around to quarterfinal matches and wrestlebacks. Spilling out of mat number 3.
Hendrickson working for a fall down there, Mike.
He's got Ramos tilted. Ramos trying to keep that shoulder in the air, and there it is. Wyatt Hendrickson, as he is wont to do, wins by fall and moves on to the next round. 19-0 on the year now is Wyatt Hendrickson.
You know, he showed a great deal of respect. You know, when the Air Force came to GIA, he did not wrestle.
He did.
And he gave the fans a message actually on social media, and then he actually talked to the fans there in GIA. So super duper classy by Wyatt Hendrickson.
His speech at intermission from the heart. He had note cards, had what he wanted to say, and then just kind of tossed the note cards aside and spoke from the heart about what Air Force means to him, what the service academies in general mean to him, what his time at Air Force meant to him, and out of all of that respect, he pulled back and decided not to wrestle against his former team. But then today does beat an Air Force wrestler in Antonio Ramos here in the first round. Obviously no option to opt out in this circumstance, and it's not going to do that. So Hendrickson does beat Ramos and moves on, but the respect he has for the Air Force program, for the Air Force in general, he is still a commissioned officer, commissioned last May as a second lieutenant, as an acquisitions officer. He continues along with his service career, but his wrestling career still has very obviously a lot of legs. And he's going to continue pursuing that, both at Oklahoma State and then also as part of that world-class athlete program after this season with the Cowboys. So Wyatt Hendrickson moving on to the second round.
Novak would have fallen down there on mat number. That was fast. You know, and I think, you know, going back to Hendrickson and to the point that you were talking about, Mike, like, I think in a situation like that, you speak from your heart. And I think that's what even made it more impactful. It would have been impactful either way, right? But just to get out there, just the decision by itself that, hey, I'm going to get out here on this microphone, I'm going to talk to these fans, and we'll rock and roll from there. And we are getting ready to start all the way back over at 125 pounds. And you got the returning national champ getting ready to start on mat number 1.
Our first chance this weekend to see the man they call Richie Figs. Richard Figueroa from Arizona State. National champion a year ago at 125 pounds, was the 8th seed going into the tournament, won his way all the way through, defeating Drake Ayala from Iowa by a 7-2 decision in the final. The 10th individual champ in Arizona State history, now hunting a Big 12 championship after winning the Pac-12 a year ago.
Yep.
And he will face Doherty in that quarterfinal match. Tristan Doherty won in sudden victory over Kyson Terrakina from Iowa State in the first round.
We had the pleasure of talking to Coach Jones, and Figs has kind of had the similar season to last year, right? Started, you know, a little banged up early in the season. Then he started finding his groove mid-season, and man, by postseason, he was hitting on all cylinders and obviously ended it with a national title. This season's very similar to that. You know, he's wrestled, 11, 12, 13 matches, didn't start as early as possible, banged up, got back into it, and then now, you know, right now he's 11-1?
12-1.
12-1.
And his only loss came because of
injury default. Right. So, you know, to that point, like, he's back in that spot, and he knows how to wrestle in the postseason.
The other thing I thought was interesting about that Zeke Jones told us was last year when he got hurt, there was some trepidation. There was some, oh man, what does this mean? How am I going to be? Am I going to be able to get back in time? Am I going to be able to get back to being me in time?
Yep.
And Zeke said this year, because he's been there, he's done that, there's a lot more comfortability. And he said he got back to himself so much faster this year. And that's dangerous for everybody at 125.
Yes, it is.
They spill out of the circle there on mat 1. And they'll come back neutral, $1:15 into the first period. There you see Zeke Jones there on the top left corner of your screen. 11th season as the head coach for Arizona State. 6 Pac-12 championships, now his first opportunity to go after a Big 12 championship. This year's probably not that year because they've got the bookends at 125 and heavyweight between Schultz and Figueroa, but other than that, just a couple of guys that may pick up a win or two. But certainly 2 guys in Figs and Schultz that have national championship potential.
Exactly. Coach Jones also used to coach at West Virginia way back in the day, man. So, you know, the coach has got a lot of knowledge, man. These guys have put in the work. You know, they have put in the work. A lot of people don't see that, what they do behind the scenes. Ooh, good mat return by Moore. Boy, he got him up there.
Moore with an 11-2 lead on mat 3. Final minute of the third period. Moments away.
Yeah, that was a good mat return.
And now another takedown for Mora quickly. And a 14-3 advantage. He'll cut him loose again. 14-4. Mora hunting bonus points here.
Just heard Austin Marsden let him know he needs 2 more takedowns. Try to go get that tech fall. Push yourself here, bud. That's kind of what he's telling me. Push yourself here.
Rasmussen tilting Kemp on mat 4. Swipes on that side for near fall. For Luke Rasmussen, the 7th seed from South Dakota State. Still twisting Kemp's shoulder closer to the mat.
There it is.
And the pin for Luke Rasmussen, and a very nice start for the Jackrabbit heavyweight. Mora up 18-5 on mat 3. A scoreless first period for Richie Figs and Doherty on mat 1.
He went and got it. Mora went and got that tech fall. Good job. He went and got that.
Juan Mora firing up the Oklahoma faithful here in Tulsa. A 21-5 tech fall win. And he'll move on to the second round.
1-0 for Figueroa down there on mat number 1.
Quickly getting the escape on Doherty. Runyon with a 3-1 lead on Valdez, mat 2. Final 30 seconds of period number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to have some really good quarterfinals in this 125-pound division. Down here on mat number 4, you've got Trevor Anderson versus Stevie Poulin. And then obviously you got Figs on the mat right now. Another match coming up here shortly, I think, on mat number 2 will be Troy Spratley versus Tanner Jordan. They got some history there. Jordan beat Spratley at Vegas. Spratley beat Jordan at the duel last year. And then Jordan beat Spratley in the blood rounds at NCAA's last year. So this, that'll be your
They're
4 and 5
familiar
seed.
with
Yeah,
one another,
very,
to say the very least.
Very.
Trevor Anderson 10-7 on the year, scrapping with Poulin down there on mat 4, bottom right corner of your screen. Anderson had a 6-match losing streak in January and February against some really good wrestlers. Poulin, one of them, Figueroa, Spratley, Lorenzo, Strickenberger, Nicolas Rivera from Wisconsin. But he's bounced back here late in the regular season, 3-match win streak coming into the Big 12s. Won his first round match against Tucker Owens from Air Force. And now a really big challenge with the 2-seed Steve Poulin, now 18-1, 19-1 on the year.
Head high wins the scramble. Head high wins the scramble. There's Poulin's takedown.
Poulin with the takedown and a 3-0 advantage. $1:15 into the first period down there on mat 4. Still 1-0. Figs and Doherty on mat 1.
Yep, not in the third yet. 22 seconds left here in the second period.
No riding time advantage to speak of whatsoever. 3 seconds to the positive for Doherty. So Figs got his escape in lightning quick fashion to start the period. But other than that, no action to speak of on mat 1. Oh! Until right there.
Whoa,
did time expire?
They're going to look at that.
Right at the end of that second period.
He said time was out. Obi Blanc saying, you got to look at that. He will show, yeah.
The brick is out for Obenson Blanc, the North Dakota State second-year head coach.
So here's that replay right here. Obviously, we can't see the time, but bam, good counter, ran him down. Yeah, they're going to look at that. That's going to be close. Obviously, we can't speak on that because we'd be guessing from down here, but that's a good challenge right there. That is a really good challenge, and especially in a match like that, right? Because, I mean, that takes the score 3-1.
Yeah.
His choice going down in the third period, so Doherty's choice going down in that third period. So that's a big sequence right there. That's definitely where you throw one of those bricks. And I was telling the guys earlier, well, I said first round you may not see as many, but on throughout the tournament you will. And we're starting to, that situation we are.
You get 3 of them for the weekend. And this is as big a spot as North Dakota State figures to have, with an opportunity here for Doherty to spring the upset on a defending national champion.
Yep.
Runyon with the win on mat 2 over Valdez, so he'll move on, the 3 seed. 6-4 the score there on mat 2. But this is a huge review on mat 1.
Yes, it is.
That could allow Tristan Doherty to take a 3-1 lead on Richie Figs heading to the third period.
Yep.
Now, Figs is a wrestler that gets better as it goes along, so certainly opportunity for the defending national champ to do something about it in that third period, but up 3-1's an awful lot different than down 1-0.
Doherty's right there in it with him.
Ruling on mat 1.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yep,
there is a 3-point takedown for Tristan Doherty.
Yep. So Obi will get that brick back. Well, now Arizona State's throwing a brick, and
so now Zeke Jones has tossed one of his bricks on the mat.
They didn't charge him for that. I think he just wanted to talk to him. So he obviously still has his brick, and we'll kind of figure out what's next here in this routine down here on mat number 1. And this is exactly what I thought Figueroa would do. Go ahead and cut him, because now you got to get a takedown, right? Got to get a takedown ride, and or if not, 2 takedowns.
Riding time not a factor right now at all on mat 1, but a 4-1 advantage for Doherty as Figs does cut him loose. Spilling to the edge of the circle. three-quarter. He's going three-quarter.
Nothing there. 1:36 left. Riding time obviously is not a factor.
The defending national champ at 125 on the ropes here on mat 1. Zeke Jones with a fist in the air trying to petition for a stall call. Nothing coming yet from our officials.
But Doherty's doing a good job. Watch what he's doing. He's circling back to his right. Circling back to his right. Now he's in on the leg.
Jones trying to tell him to get it out of the circle, I think is what he's trying to communicate to him. Get him out of the circle and maybe he'll get the stall call. At the very least, he needs to get him out of the circle to get back to a restart.
Oh, Spratley with a big takedown and a dump. He's got Jordan on his back right here.
Troy Spratley.
Doherty's still on the leg with 45 seconds left, Mike.
Trouble here for Richie Figs. Spratley with a 3-0 advantage and trying to tilt Tanner Jordan in a 4-5 matchup at 125. So Figs is trying to get a cradle.
Look at Zeke Jones is all the way in the not center.
Zeke Jones is saying stalemate. 26 seconds left. Now finally a stalemate call, and they'll come back center with 26 seconds in the third period.
Figs coming with a low-level super duck. He's got to come with something in clean finish. There's no stall calls on Doherty right now. So this is our main match right here. 41, 20 seconds left.
Has to get a takedown.
He's got to get a takedown. Ooh! Peek out.
They spill out of the circle. 12 seconds to work with. Richard Figueroa, defending national champion at 125. Stall warning out. There's a stall point awarded, but without the takedown, it's not going to matter. 3, 2, 1. Tristan Doherty with a 4-2 win, and Richie Figs goes down in the second round.
Whoa! Throw him out. Ladies and gentlemen, throw him out. Mike and I talked about this. Throw those records out the window. If you look at Doherty's record on our bracket that we got, it's 8-11. Figueroa is 12-1, 11-1, returning national finalist. Once again, Obi Block's got to be super proud of what his guys are doing so far with this win and the other win over here at 184 pounds earlier.
Huge win for Tristan Doherty. Upset Tyson Terracina in the first round in sudden victory. Now a 4-2 win over Richie Figs in the semis, or in the quarterfinals rather. And he'll move on to a semifinal where he'll face the winner of this Spratley-Tanner Jordan bout. It's now a 7-0 lead in favor of Spratley as they get the second period rolling.
Now this is Jordan's home base right here. Right? He's really good on top with those cheap tilts, getting wrist. Obviously, Spratley has felt that quite a few times before. And he's Jordan's really doing a really good job of keeping that pressure forward on Spratley right now.
I'm still mystified by the result between Doherty and Figueroa. Zeke Jones told us earlier this week, Richie Figs wasn't scored on offensively in any postseason match all the way through Pac-12s and NCAAs last year. And Doherty takes him down 4-2. The takedown that went to review at the end of that second period, pivotal.
Which was a great call. And the thing was, it was almost more of a counter, right? They showed the replay here when Figueroa took a shot. Doherty was able to stay in an athletic position, down block, and kind of just ran into him and sat him on his haunches and then ran him down, put that waist around his hip, and then that was that. That was his 3 points right there. Man, really good ride by Jordan. He's taken all of Spratley's ride time off. Now the score still is 7-0, but he's got a deep half on that side. Yep, there's a stall call to Spratley. He's got a deep, running that spiral ride, pressures forward, but he's got to start getting some turns and tilts. Spratley's just doing a good job keeping base, fighting hands right now.
20 seconds remaining in this second period. Tanner Jordan, to your point, a good ride, but he's got to make something more than just that happen here.
This is where Spratley's got to be. This is where Jordan wants him. This is where he's really good, right? There's short time here, but
he's got him wrapped up with his arm and his own ankle. Wrapped around the waist of Spratley, but late time here in the second period. And they'll go to the third with a 7-0 lead for Troy Spratley from Oklahoma State.
All right, let's kind of reset this table here, Mike. We got some more guys obviously out after the big the big upset over there on mat 1. So check this out. Okay, I just saw this. So that was Tanner Jordan's choice. He's the one that chose top. Spratley's choice in this period, where'd he go? Neutral, right? No need to go back here. Let me go in the position that I feel I'm better than my opponent is at, and that's going to be on my feet.
We got some 133 matches getting rolling as well. Top left corner of your screen, the number 1 seed, Evan Frost, the number 8 seed, Cade Moore. Cade Moore with an early takedown and a 3-1 advantage as they get late first period. Spratley and Jordan, third period on mat 2. Lorenzo and Strickenberger still scoreless on mat 3. Belton and Leak scoreless on mat 4.
So this
2
is
at 133, 2 at 125.
Sorry about that, Mike. So this is what I was talking about, Strickenberger. Just kind of watching, right? Let's see what type of weight cut he did have. Where's his energy level at? He is a huge 125-pounder, right? And he's really not a small 33-pounder for all that. You know what I mean? So check out where he's at. Out early with the 3-0 lead over Lorenzo. Spratley still with the 7-0 lead. Jordan's got 51-second ride time.
But only now 41 seconds worth to do anything with it if he wants to come back from down 7-0. Needs at least 2 takedowns and a ride out. And in fact, that even wouldn't do it.
Is that Cade Moore and Frost?
Moore with a 6-2 lead. They're going to a review on mat 1. Final 20 seconds on mat 2, and it looks like you're going to see Troy Spratley move on at 125 pounds to face Tristan Doherty, who just pulled a second upset of the morning. The takedown from Spratley to put a button on it. A major decision over Jordan. Bonus points for Oklahoma State at the wire. And Troy Spratley moves on to the semi.
To your point, Mike, major decision. That's the key, right? Obviously, team points. This is a team race. That was big, going from 7-0. Get that takedown with, once again, 10 seconds left. 10-0.
So it'll be Doherty and Spratley in the semifinal on the top half of the bracket at 125.
25 has got blown up.
I don't think you would have found anybody in the building that would have predicted that semifinal.
The rest of these matches, man. Listen, I know it's coaches speak and all that other stuff, but you still got to wrestle these matches, man. This is awesome.
Number 1 seed Evan Frost in a hole down there on mat 1, top left corner of your screen, down 6-2. As they are now, it appears, out of the review there. They've now run that score back down to, well, they've reset the scoreboard at least momentarily. I think they're having some issues down there on mat 1. Okay. We'll keep an eye on what happens there. Whitcraft and Berwick just started getting started on mat 2, and a quick takedown for Berwick, the number 5 seed, to take a 3-0 advantage. Strickenberger up 4-0 on Lorenzo midway through second period on mat 3. And Leak with a 1-0 lead on Belton midway through the second period on mat 4, bottom right corner. In the scramble there on mat 4.
Look at Leak. Look at Leak. That's a great position to be in. Yep.
And there's the takedown finally awarded.
Good job
for the
official.
Cal Baptist Lancer.
Good job, official. I like that call, right? Award is 3 points. Their main concern is taking care of that athlete out there. Berwick with an early takedown on Whitcraft. And obviously where Berwick is extremely tough, on top. As soon as Whitcraft was on that belly, that right leg came in, boom.
So 4-0 Leak on mat 4. 4-0 Strickenberger on mat 3. Both winding down in the second period.
6-2 down there for Cade Moore. I wonder what Moore caught him in. What happened down there on that mat? 6-2.
Yeah, they went to a long review, but now they're ready to start the second period with that 6-2 advantage. I wonder, given that they're just starting the second period, maybe the takedown was right at the gun and they were reviewing whether or not it happened in time before the clock expired.
That could be a good guess, Mike. I do not know. Good tough ride by Berwick. Great mat return. Throws that right boot again, in and again.
Got a hold of his chin.
Yeah, now here
trying
comes
to tilt
turn.
him.
This is good position right here for Berwick.
Trouble for Whitcraft. See, and there
Grabbing
you go. Hold of that ankle.
Yep.
2, 3. 3 swipes for Berwick.
Really good job. Really good work on top there.
Good scramble on mat 1.
Frost out for
Frost able to finally work his way free. And now the takedown, and it's a 6-6 match on mat 1.
9-3, 9-3.
Oh,
That was
9-3 was
yeah.
Moore got the takedown. I got all twisted around. 9-3 in favor of Cade Moore.
Oh, leaked out here with a 4-3 lead.
More swipes for Berwick here on mat 2. 4 near fall swipes.
That's
trying to anchor that shoulder to the mat. He has Whitcraft's ankle locked in his elbow. Now lets it go, tries to see if that will allow him to find enough leverage to bring that shoulder to the mat. 30 seconds left in period number 1.
Strickenberger and Lorenzo going back and forth. It's 4-0 for Strickenberger right now. This is the third period. Nothing there.
Lorenzo trying to get out
of bounds.
They say action as they spill out. No stall warning there. Whew. They still have not officially awarded the 4 swipes for Berwick.
Same hold. For everybody wondering what's going on there, that's the exact same hold that he had on Whitcraft the whole time. He never broke the hold. Whitcraft never got back to his belly. He kept that same hold. So those 4 swipes that he showed earlier were the same ones. Same move.
As the first period winds to a close, they do now award the near fall points in a 7-0 advantage for Berwick on Reese Whitcraft, the 4 seed. This is a 5-4 matchup at 133.
Strickenberger's going to win this one with a 4-0 win. A 125 over Lorenzo.
Jet Strickenberger had a terrific run last year here at Big 12's, finishing 3rd. He'll move on to the semifinals.
We got 33s on the mat. We got 41. Oh, man, it is 13-5 down there for Cade Moore over Evan Frost.
Evan Frost in big trouble. Perfect against Big 12 opponents this year, but down 13-5 right now against Cade Moore.
And this is your 1 seed in the Big 12 and nationally ranked number 3 in the nation.
Moore and Frost did not wrestle this year in the regular season. Another takedown for Cade Moore. A commanding lead for the 8 seed. We're about to see in back-to-back matches on mat 1 seeds go down, Figs and Frost, unless Evan Frost can come up with something miraculous here in these final 40 seconds.
Scored again, 19-6. Minute 15-20 ride time, 33 seconds left. Cade Moore is putting on an absolute show out there on mat number 1. Wow. All right, here we go. On mat number 3, we got some new guys out there. We got Tegan Jamison from Oklahoma State versus Moser Schwartz from the University of Oklahoma. Jamison won this match in the Bedlam duel earlier this year.
Jamison with not quite as much time to rest between matches because of the topsy-turvy morning that he had. So Schwartz has had a little more time to fuel up for this match.
Very great call. Good call there, Mike.
It is done on mat 1. Evan Frost upset by Cade Moore. 20-6 the final. Takedown here for Whitcraft on the edge of the circle. An 8-3 match as they wind to the final seconds of the second period. So good work by Whitcraft to get in the 3 just before the gun.
Yep, short time there too, Mike.
Jamison, quick start. Got a boot. No takedown yet. There's the 3. 8-3 on mat 2. Berwick with the advantage as they get rolling in the third period.
And Berwick has riding time pretty much locked.
2:29 of riding time. So yeah, call that a 9-3 advantage for the Bison wrestler.
Down there on mat number 4, we got your number 1 seed, number 1 ranked guy in the nation, Andrew Alirez versus Julian Tagg from South Dakota State.
Look out, Andrew Alirez. 1 seeds have been falling all over the place today.
Oh, nice lateral movement by Alirez there to get in on Tagg's leg.
Shelving that left leg. And there's the takedown for Alirez, and a nice start for the Northern Colorado Bear. Takedown on mat 3, and a 6-1 advantage pretty quickly for Tegan Jamison on Moshe Schwartz. Minute 7 to work with on mat 2 here. Still 8-3 Berwick. 5-4 matchup at 133. Again, riding time locked in for Kyle Berwick. So Whitcraft is going to have to get 2 takedowns and then some.
Seriano, who's that? Seriano and Cardinal down there on mat 1, correct?
Yes. Yes, Dominic Serrano, Derek Cardinal from South Dakota State, who had the first round bye. The quarterfinal match on mat 1, a 3-0 advantage for Serrano.
Nice job, but he's got to cut him.
Takedown for Whitcraft. He's got 30 seconds to work with. It's 8-6.
Yeah, he's got to cut him. Oh, the ref.
Finally, he does cut him loose with 20 seconds. No.
Those are once again, that's one of those things where you just got to get completely away from him.
David Taylor saying, let him go, let him go. 9-6, ostensibly 10-6. Needs a takedown and then some. 5 seconds to work with. Whitcraft just runs out of time. Kyle Berwick. It'll be a 10-6 win for the North Dakota State Bison.
That first sequence of that match. Big takedown, big turn. And not, at that point in time, Whitcraft really not knowing where he's at. Got to take him down, cut him. A good valiant effort coming back. Good job by Berwick as well.
Berwick improves to 23-10 on the year and sets up a semifinal between himself and Cade Moore from Missouri. Cade Moore, what a cut. This is a guy who had some health issues last year, and it seemed like he just hadn't quite been himself ever since then. Big win, knocking off Evan Frost, and now he's got a chance to wrestle in the semifinal.
Jameson with a tough ride here on Schwartz, was close to getting swipes.
He's up over $140 a riding time now. So, in addition to his 6-1 lead, now he's got him tilted.
So here's the rule, right? We talked about this with some of these guys earlier. Jameson's head is still in. Well, now so is Schwartz's foot. So they're still allowing this action.
They've got the 4 swipes already counted. But to your point, they'll wait to award it officially here until they work their way through this position. There's the 4 officially awarded and a 10-1 advantage for Tegan Jamison. Midway through period number 2 on mat 3. Serrano up 6-1 on Derek Cardinal. Final 30 seconds of the first period on mat 1. And Andrew Alirez, after that first period takedown, leads Tagg 4-1 on mat 4, midway through period 2.
Ref called that potentially dangerous on Alirez's leg there a little bit. See how he feels after that. Oh, Josh Edmonds and the other Frost right here in front of us.
Jacob Frost, after his win over Daniel Miranda, facing a wrestler in Josh Edmond who had the first round bye, and it's a quick takedown for Josh Edmond.
And I'm going to tell you something about Edmond. I just missed his first takedown, but I promise you he will hit a double in this match if that's not what he scored with earlier. He's got a great blast double.
He's got a 3-0 lead a minute in on Jacob Frost, whose brother just got upset at 133.
I'm over here trying to go from bracket to bracket to bracket. Still 4-1 for Alirez down there on mat 4.
Now 13-2 in favor of Tegan Jamison. Another takedown in that second period, and he is in firm control.
Yes, he is.
At 141.
And 6'2" down there, 140 riding time. Northern Colorado.
Another takedown here on mat 3. A 16-2 advantage. Tegan Jamison has had himself a morning. But he's taken out a bit of that frustration on the wrestlers that he's faced thus far.
What do we have here on mat number 2? The official's taking his time, so I don't know if he got poked in the eye, if Edmond got poked in the eye, or
he kind of pointed to his forehead for a moment, so something at least in that ballpark, it would appear. He's got the 3-1 advantage just about 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I think they mouth bleeding, so they're going to look at him here.
Frost getting looked at as well. His back left shoulder getting looked at by the training staff.
Oh, man, goodness, man. Woo. Breathe again, breathe, breathe. Huh? Mat number 1. Wasn't it like this last year? There was I think it was mat number 4 last year.
Mat 4 last year was
that right? Am I right on that?
Yep.
Okay. Ramirez still with the 4-1 lead.
Tegan Jamison looking for a tech fall here. There's another takedown.
That's a tech fall there.
And there it is.
Jamison.
20-3 for Tegan Jamison. Man, what a response from a stressful morning for that young man. He's into the semifinals like nothing ever happened.
Edmond still with a really good ride on Frost here.
And there's another takedown.
Another takedown there. Man.
Josh Edmond with a 6-1 advantage. A review on mat 4. Alirez with a 4-2 lead on tag. Midway through the 3rd period of that match.
So we got one match with 133 pounds going on, and that's mat number 1. Cardinal and Siriano, they're finishing up 7-2 for Siriano here. 1:17 ride time, 1:20 left in the 3rd. We got 41s on everything else. Yes.
Siriano, the 2 seed, beat Dara Cardinal 8-2 when they met on February the 7th. Now here they are a month later, and it's 7-2 Serrano with a minute to go. And he does have the riding time, so he's working right back in the same exact direction.
So I'm laughing. This is a little inside joke. I'll fill y'all in. I'll take you behind the curtain a little bit. Well, when Missouri came to duel OSU, Cam Amin's dad used to coach Josh Edmond. He's from Michigan. Okay. Anyway, I asked Edmond about his headgear because it looks like his ear hangs out a part of his headgear. Well, his headgear always kind of comes on and off, so pay attention to that. I just saw him fixing his headgear, and it made me laugh a little bit. So just watch it. I don't know.
They start the 2nd period there on mat 2 with Edmond with a 6-2 advantage on the 3 seed Jacob Frost.
Okay, so down here on mat number 4, looked like there was a locked hands violation. And as of right now, the score is still, it's 4-2 Alirez.
You can see Damian Hahn come running in, arguing that should have been locked hands.
Okay, so
and they will award the point, so it's now 4-3 with a minute to go.
So now it's 4-3 for Alirez, and tag is bringing the pressure.
Alirez has got 57 seconds worth of riding time, so no point affiliated with that at the moment.
Tag did get in on a swing single earlier. They called it potentially dangerous from there.
Alirez won comfortably when they met earlier this year.
Yep.
11-3 a major decision, but it's a 1-point match, a takedown match here with 30 seconds left in the quarterfinals. Oh! Good defense by Alirez. Another shot from Tag. Heavy hips from Alirez. 15 seconds in the period.
I really like the way Alirez handled that last 45 seconds. Like, he kept attacking. He wasn't backing up, wasn't circling. He kept attacking and picked the right shots to take that didn't put himself in danger.
And he just does work his way, man, free of tag and into the semifinals. Andrew Alirez, the Big 12 champ in 23, the national champ in 23, on to the semifinals where he will face Tegan Jamison. Circle that one, star that one. That should be fun.
Yes.
Tegan Jamison and Andrew Alirez in the semis at 141 pounds.
All right, there was a stall call on Edmond here. That score 7-2. Frost is continuing to come forward. Pushing the pace. Let's see if they hit him again. Let's see if they call that continue. Oh!
They do say action as they spill out of the
Headgear.
circle.
What'd I tell you about? What'd I tell you
It
about
spilled off again.
I told you about that headgear. Oh. Well, if Edmond's not careful, he's going to get hit again.
Apple and Drury on mat 3, bottom left corner of your screen. A 3-1 lead for Cal Happel, the 2 seed.
Nice switch. Nice
A first period takedown. And now a takedown, very good, bigger part, and a reversal here very quickly to start off period 2 and a 5-1 advantage.
Nice job. We got Willishell and Drexler down here on mat number 4.
And then it's Rebuto and Alanis on mat 1, top left corner of your screen. A 3-1 advantage for Rebuto after his rather miraculous comeback in the first round.
Iowa State fans want a stall call on Edmond.
Edmond with the 7-2 lead as they start the third period. Edmond wasn't quite to the middle of the circle to start the third period as fast as the Iowa State fans would have wanted.
There it is. So there's another point. Was that his first one? Yep.
That's the stall, and that's a 7-3, make it 7-4.
Takedown ties it. Takedown ties it. That's it.
Trying to get that ankle, and there it is. There's the takedown for Frost, and it's a 7-7 match in the third.
They're going to cut him. Yep. Look. There's that headgear again. Boom.
Another leg.
Nice high cross by Frost.
Trying to circle behind. And another takedown. Evan Frost in front.
Now he'll ride him. He'll ride him and try to turn him in this position. Good job, Jacob Frost. Way to battle back.
Was down 7-2 to start the third period. Not even midway through, he's got a 10-8 advantage. He's worked the riding time for Edmond down to nothing.
And he's in a really good position right here, Mike, with that Turk. He's got that low leg, trying to get underneath Edmond's throat and push that elbow in to go get near fall. Let's see if he starts reaching back and grabbing the ankle. Yep. He's going to get some swipes in there.
1, 2, 3, 4 swipes for Jacob Frost.
Way to battle back. Way to battle back. Wow.
Final 30 seconds. Jacob Frost has turned this match on its ear in the third period.
Pace, pressure, position. Frost stayed on him that whole time. Never got discouraged.
14-8 the tally. What a comeback for the number 3 seed, the Cyclone at 141.
There's another stall call. Yeah. He pretty much broke Edmonds in that match.
A 15-8 final after trailing 7-2 to start the third period. And Jacob Frost will move on to the semifinals. End of one period on mat 1. And a 6-1 advantage for Cal Happel, the 2 seed. Winner of Happel and Drury will face Frost in the semis. Rebuto and Alanis here on mat 3. I beg your pardon, Happel and Drury on mat 3. It's Rebuto and Alanis on mat 1. Northern Iowa wrestlers everywhere you look. The purple singlets have got me twisted up here. Sorry, folks. 5-3 Happel and Drury on mat 3.
We are a team, Mike. We are a team, brother.
Thanks for bailing me out of that one.
All right, here we go.
Minute 20 left in this third period, and Drury's got an opportunity. Got to go hunt the takedown. Riding time not a factor here on mat 3.
And here we go on mat number 2 with Willie McDougall from the University of Oklahoma and Teague Travis from Oklahoma State University.
Getting into the 149s now.
Willow Shell, they're reviewing something down there on 4. Don't know what.
Final minute on mat 3 in a takedown match between Happel and Drury to go to the semis.
They're reviewing a takedown there on mat number 4. I saw Briscoe go out and say, no points awarded, still on our feet.
So still scoreless in that match between Willishell and Drexler in a 4-5 matchup at 149. A minute 45 into that bout. Happel now with a 6-3 advantage on mat 3.
He's got a nice cradle, too, for Happel
And
right
there's
here.
Another takedown and a 9-3 advantage. Now swipes for Happel. 4 near fall coming his way as well.
So down there on mat 4, it was a red takedown. It was reversed on review on mat 4. So Willishell had a takedown. North Dakota State threw the brick and got that call changed.
Happel with another 4 near fall there at the tail end. A 13-3 win when it's all said and done over Hayden Drury from Utah Valley. And the semifinals are set at 141. Alirez and Jamison on one side of the bracket. Frost and Happel on the other side. Count me as somebody that's already looking forward to the semifinals at 141.
Dougal and Travis still 0-0 here. 1 minute left in this first period. We got
Buto with a 10-2 lead on Benji Alanis down there on mat 1. Late second period action.
Got Joffrey and Panero Johnson getting ready to get after here on mat 3.
And after that takedown was wiped out on mat 4, still scoreless, Willishell and Drexel on mat 4, bottom right corner of your screen. Dougal and Travis spilling out of the circle and right into the photographers in front of us.
Yep, stall call on McDougal there.
First stall warning on McDougal, so no point awarded. Teague Travis, a late addition to the field for Oklahoma State at 149 pounds. And already making his presence felt here in the Big 12 championships. 141 and 149, beg your pardon, all 149 matches, all 4 149-pound quarterfinals on the match right now, and a takedown for Teague Travis late in this first period, and a 3-0 advantage. There it is again.
Press repeat, right? We've talked about it from word jump today, Mike. In a lot of these matches, that's a separator. 0-0 the whole time until 15 seconds left.
Teague Travis started the year at 157. Finished 4th here at the Big 12s last year at 157 pounds. Carter Young took over at 150, Travis was at 157. Young was at 149. Went 10-10 this year. They decided to go with Travis now that he's back healthy here at 149. Already with the first round win over Paul Kelly. Now looking for a win here against Willie McDougal in the quarterfinals. Real Buto moving on. The fall on mat 1. And he takes down Benji Alanis.
And over here on mat 2, Joffrey's got a 3-0 lead over Johnson. Obviously, we're still early in this first period, but Joffrey went out there and got that first takedown. And like I talked about it earlier, Johnson's hard to score on. Right? He's got great defense, good lateral movement, short center, good center of gravity. But Joffrey went out there and actually early, because there's still a minute 44 left in this first period, and got that first takedown. Looked like they got an injury timeout down there on mat number 4 with Willishell. Can't tell if it's his knee or his ankle. Travis increased his lead 4-0 with that escape early in the second period.
He and McDougal still feeling each other out here midway through this second period. Chance there for Joffrey. Had Johnson tilted. Johnson able to get back to base. Midway through the first period. Panero Johnson had a little bit of a sleepy start in his first match as well. Ended up with what was, I believe, a 2-1 win if memory serves over Avery Allen. Just the escape and the riding time, the only points that Johnson scored in that first round match. Now down here to Joffrey, 3-0.
Nice attack.
Travis is in, and another takedown for Teague Travis, and a 7-0 advantage for the Cowboy.
Oh, look at the time.
15 seconds in the period. Teague Travis with 2 late-time takedowns of Willie McDougal, and a 7-0 advantage as a result.
Yep, and one of the things on that takedown that Travis just scored on was his position. Here's this review. Watch this. Watch his level change. He's lower than McDougal. Watch this. Level change. Bam! There it is, right? You saw where McDougal was up. You saw where Travis was a lot lower, able to penetrate and go attack the leg. That's where the position comes into play. Those little bitty details is what helps you either get to NCAAs and or get on the podium.
The level change and then the speed.
There you go.
The attack was lightning fast from Travis. And a 7-0 advantage as they start the third period on mat 2. Mat 4, 1-1. An escape aside as they start the third period on mat number 4. Willishell and Drexel in the 4-5 matchup. As you've got 3 149-pound quarterfinals on your screen right now. Top left corner of your screen, we're into the 157 ranks now with Hill and Seabrook in a 5-4 matchup.
I see what they're doing. They're playing the game right here on mat number 3. That was really done well by both guys. So just kind of give you a recap of what just happened and what I saw on mat 3 between Joffrey and Johnson. The stall call. Johnson was down, goes up. Joffrey's on the ankle. The ref starts counting. Joffrey hears what he's counting and he lets go, which means the ref stops. But Pinero still had his hand in bounds for a little while, and then Joffrey just had to kind of let him go. So watch this little sequence right here. He's taking him out, just smart wrestling, understanding the dynamics of the rules and everything. A good job for the official letting them know what's going on. Kind of takes him there. So right now the official's still counting. Watch Joffrey let go with both hands. He stops. Johnson's hand's still there. And then when he starts kicking, he's like, I got to let him go. So good stuff.
Trying to avoid the stall call.
Okay.
More action here as they start the third. And it's Johnson able to scramble back on top of him. Trying to work down a mountain of riding time from Logan Joffrey. Still a $128 on the board right now, even after a little bit of ride to start this second period. The escape for Joffrey and a 4-1 advantage.
And this is another thing also here on mat number 2. McDougal's pretty tough to score on as well. Travis has done a really good job, right? Beautiful high crotch earlier, and we got a chance to, dig into a little bit of technique on that second shot where he's changing his level. Athletic position, and to your point, bop, was able to fire off and secure another takedown.
Travis with the 7-1 advantage. Looking to move on to the semifinals. Pinero in on a leg, trying to grab that second leg, can't. Joffrey coming over the top. Dangerous situation, and they'll stop that. Meanwhile, Teague Travis working off the final seconds of what will be a 7-1 win over Willie McDougal. And Teague Travis, a late swap for Oklahoma State at 149, paying dividends. He moves on to the semis.
157 on the mat. I think we only have 149-pound bout on the mat, and that is mat 3. Everybody else is done. I see Jared Hill down there on mat 1 with, is that Seabrook that he's wrestling? Yeah, that's Seabrook down there on mat 1 with Jared Hill from Wyoming. Hill with a, no, take that back. Seabrook with a 3-2 lead.
Yes.
Going into the second period.
Chittum and Dowling getting underway on mat 4 at 157. Cody Chittum, the number 1 seed. Pinero with the takedown. 4-4 and another late period takedown that makes a major difference. It'll be 4-4 going to the third. The storyline of the day. We're seeing that on all 4 mats today. Are you clutch or not?
And it's his choice. He goes from being down by 3, 2 seconds left. He goes from being down by 3, 2 seconds left. The ref awards the takedown. Now I go down, I got a chance to go 5-4. But Joffrey has to have confidence that saying, hey, you know what? I can get to his legs. I can go score if I need to.
Just get underway on mat 2. Ryder Downey and Vinny Zerbin in a 3-6 matchup at 157. And the takedown quickly for Ryder Downey.
Man,
Downey beat Cole Siebert 8-1 when they faced off way back in November. November 24th, they squared off. Joffrey and Johnson. Now a 5-4 match in favor of Pinheiro Johnson after he gets the escape here to start off the third period.
What was that attack that Joffrey did early on to go get that takedown? He's got to have confidence in that, right? I don't think there's any stall calls to my knowledge. I haven't watched one yet.
A minute 32 of riding time, however, though, for Joffrey. So this is realistically
so really
right
tied.
now a 5-5 match.
It's really tied. But see, you see what's key? They're trying to hurry up and get this, right? Because they know sometimes Johnson has a tendency to get tired and wear out a little bit. So you saw how fast he went over there, ran back. They don't want any extra breaths in this bad boy. You know what I'm saying?
One of the Missouri assistant coaches came out to help him wipe the neck down. Hey, let's get back going here.
Let's go.
So 5-5 realistically the score here on mat 3 with 90 seconds to work with for both wrestlers.
And Johnson is really good at go behind. So every shot that Joffrey takes, he's got to make sure he's in some sort of really good position. Jared Hill down there on mat number 1 takes the lead over Siebert.
The reversal to take a 4-3 advantage late in that second period after a long ride from Siebert.
Yep, 1 escape, so that'll tie it up at 4-4. And you were right, Mike. Siebert has 59 seconds of riding time. So he was over a minute. Hill took that down. It's right at 59.
1:24 left here on mat 3.
Man, that
Joffrey
takedown.
and Johnson essentially tied 5-5. Teague Travis awaits the winner of this match in the semifinals. Good defensive wrestling from Joffrey.
Yes, it was. 1 minute left here. And if Joffrey's wrestled a really good match. And like I said, Johnson's done a good job of battling back to get this to a tie score right now. Yeah, that double was getting ready to come. You hear Don Bradley telling him, get down, match is level.
Bam! The shot from Pinheiro, but Joffrey blocks it. Lifts him. 25 seconds left.
See if he tries to jump
Pinheiro
over.
inching him toward the outside of the circle. Final 5 seconds. We're heading to sudden victory here on mat number 3. With a spot in the semifinals at stake in a 5-5 match. The riding time point officially awarded now to Joffrey. Sudden victory period number 1. Put 2 minutes on the clock for Johnson and Joffrey, and here we go.
Right.
Hill and Siebert, a 7-5 lead for the 5-seed. Hill, top left corner of your screen.
Chittum's got a 4-0 lead down there on mat number 4, but right now a lot of attention right here is on this mat number 3.
Heavy hand from Joffrey on the neck of Pinheiro, but he's able to break loose. You saw Joffrey block 1 blast from Johnson in that third period. Johnson trying to change levels on him again.
Don't stay in front. You hear what the Coach Smith and Dom are telling you. Don't stand in front of him. Move. When he goes down, you go right and left. Don't stand in front of him, because you stand in front of him, that's when that double's coming and you're flat-footed.
A minute left. Another attempt from Johnson. Joffrey able to defend again.
Chittum down there with the 7-0 lead.
And they'll come back to the center.
Woo. 33 seconds for Hill down there. 7-5 over Siebert.
Yeah, top left, bottom left. The places to direct your attention right now. The escape and a 7-6 lead, Hill and Siebert in that third period. 40 seconds left in sudden victory period number 1 on mat 3. Johnson and Joffrey for a spot in the semis at 149.
Oh, thought he's going. Stall call.
Nearly got to a leg. Stall warning on Joffrey. I believe that's the first stall warning either side so far in this match. They spill out. Stalling. There's the point. And Pinheiro Johnson will advance. Brian Smith, apoplectic alongside the circle. Brian Smith pleading his case with Jason Rivera, the official. The stall call against Joffrey settles it in sudden victory, and Pinheiro Johnson moves on to the semis. Sixteen seconds left in sudden victory 1. Meanwhile, on mat 1, we've got sudden victory now here between Hill and Seabrook. I believe it was the riding time that gave Seabrook the 7th point and forced the OT. Yeah, we do have confirmation it was the riding time. So 7-7, Hill and Seabrook.
Look for Hill to try to get to his doubles a little bit off a counter attack. You got Downing out here over Zervin right now, 8-4. Or check that. That's Zervin over Downing, 8-4 here.
1 minute into sudden victory period number 1 on mat 1. Hill and Seabrook for a spot in the semis at 157.
Big double,
lifting.
Big double. Big double.
Nothing yet. There's the takedown. Seabrook with the win.
This right here on mat number 2 is another one.
Cole Seabrook with the win over Jared Hill in sudden victory. Back-to-back overtime matches. Action heating up here at the Big 12 Championships, Ardell Moore.
And like we talked.
Here we go. I'll show you the last 2 wins back-to-back. First, the stall call.
Right there.
What do you think?
I say let the wrestlers figure that one out, but I'm over here. But, man, I did not like that stall call there, but it is what it is. Good job by Seabrook here. Get a good pick up here. Go get that double leg. Scored the takedown there on Hill. Hill did a good job of battling to get himself back in that match, but good job by both guys. You know, on that first one, right? If you're Joffrey, you got to also understand, hey, I put myself in that position because I had a 3-point lead. I gave up a takedown with 2 seconds left, and then it gets to the where you got a stall call and then another stall call back. If you don't give up that takedown with short time, you're not in that position either. So continue to wrestle. Continue to wrestle. And once again, 8-5 right here for Zervin over Downing.
Vinny Zervin had a great season a year ago. Trying to make something happen here at 157. Meanwhile, Cody Chittum did get, I believe it was a 9-0 win, I think I just saw, over Caleb Dowling. So it's Chittum and Seabrook in the semifinals on that side of the bracket at 157. You've got Fish and Conway. Caleb Fish with a 3-1 lead. 2 minutes into the first period at 157, bottom left corner of your screen. So Riggins and Barraclough, top left corner. But Zervin and Downey's got your attention right now in an 8-6 match.
Time, and Zervin's going to get the job done. He got the job done. They're going to look. I don't think they're
discussing.
Yeah, I think time is out. Well, they're going to go look at it.
Go look at the monitor here. Vinny Zervin made his opinions known about what the call should be. So Ryder Downey was trying to make something happen there right as we hit the gun.
And Downing has a 1:47 riding time. Fish and Conway over here. Fish came out with the early takedown. Fish won the last time these guys wrestled in the duel. I think it was 4-1, 5-1 in that ballpark.
So I believe with the review on mat 2, they're trying to see whether or not Downey's takedown came fast enough. Another takedown here for Fish and a 6-1 advantage.
How many seconds left, Mike? Did you look at that clock? 3.
Maybe 1. Okay, 3. Okay, it wasn't much. By the time I looked up at it, it was at 0. And a 6-1 lead for Caleb Fish.
Yeah, Zervin got this one. Wow.
Zervin final. Vinny Zervin on to the semis. Vinny Zervin, a year ago, the #1 seed.
Yes.
Ended up finishing 7th.
This
year, as the 6th seed, here he goes to the semifinals, looking for a little comeuppance after what happened a year ago.
Right. And here we go with this rematch on mat number 2 with Nico Ruiz from Arizona State versus Cam Amin from Oklahoma State. To your point earlier, Ruiz won this match in sudden victory in the duel.
Bearclough and Riggins, mat 1. Amin and Ruiz, mat 2. Fish and Conway at 157, mat 3. And then the other 165-pound match, Ulrey and Steed on mat 4. Ulrey trailing 3-0 early on, a first period takedown for Cam Steed. Fish with a 7-1 advantage on Conway as they hit the midway point of period 2. Fish beat Conway 5-1 when they met in the duels on February the 2nd. And in control right now with that 7-1 lead.
He's a long, lanky 65-pounder. Trying for some swipes down there. Fish 7-1 lead, 45 seconds.
Ruiz won this bout when they faced off back in November. 4-1 in sudden victory 1. Takedown for Conway makes it 7-4. $7-0 Steed quickly 2 minutes in. A couple of first period takedowns.
Steed's pretty salty on top. Ooh. Cradle, cradle, cradle.
Beg your pardon, I think that was a takedown and near fall to get that 7-0 advantage, and now looking for more trouble.
Yep, nice cradle.
Got him tilted again. Swipes again for Cam Steed. Looking for more than just swipes.
He's close to it.
Shoulder still up for the moment. Nice job by Ulrey to wiggle free, but 4 more points for Steed and an 11-0 advantage for the Missouri Tiger.
He was committed to that one.
Start of the 3rd period, mat 3, Fish up 8-4. Make it 8-5 as Conway gets the escape.
Conway puts himself right back in this match, right? He got a takedown in that 2nd period. Now if he gets a takedown now, he'll have a chance to tie it up. Riding time is not a factor for either of these guys.
Would have to likely take him down and ride him out.
Yep. Good fakes by Conway.
Bearclough with the escape. 2nd period, top left corner of your screen on mat 1. A 1-0 lead on Riggins.
Like I said, I did not get a chance to see how Conway scored on his takedown attempt, but whatever it was, oh, good shuck. He's going to have to try to get back to it. Good double attempt by Fish. Good counter by Conway there. Got some blood cleanup on mat number 4.
Winner of Fish and Conway faces Vinny Zervin in the semifinals. Chittum and Seabrook on the other side of the bracket at 157. Conway needs a takedown.
There is 45 seconds left. Good level change.
A shot from Fish, fended off by Conway.
Conway's going to have to start sprinting here in just a sec. Well, if not now, because there's 30 seconds left on this clock.
Steed again putting Ulrey in trouble on mat 1. 25 seconds here for Conway to make something happen. Has to force the action. Nearly got to a leg. Good sprawl by Fish. 10 seconds left.
He looks for a headlock. He's trying to lock that up.
Caleb Fish, the transfer from Michigan State, the senior for Oklahoma State, moving on to the semis at 157. He will face Vinny Zervin.
Tell you what, there has been some wrestling going on.
So the semis are set at 157. Quarterfinals on your screen. It'll be on all four corners here in a moment at 165. As the final quarterfinal in the 165 ranks will take the mat here on mat 3. Thompson from Northern Iowa, Peyton Hall from West Virginia. Barraclough still with that 1-0 advantage down there on mat 1.
He's got a good ride going on down there on Riggins. Oh, looking for it. This is his position right here.
Had a control of that ankle for a moment. He's up over a minute of riding time as Barraclough, so ostensibly a 2-0 lead on Riggins.
He's super tough in this position, and he uses a lot of his length and his leverage, right? You see him reaching for that right hand a little bit, grabbing the finger, but refs actually just hit him for a stall call.
That is the first stall warning on Barraclough, so no point awarded. Still a 1-0 lead for the Wolverine. 18-1, 19-1 on the year after his win over Tate Piccolo. Riggins wrestling his first match of the weekend, the 8th seed from Iowa State. 30 seconds to work with here in period number 3. Barraclough trying to ride him out the entire third period.
Yep.
Got a hold of that ankle once again.
You see he's got that figure 4 on his own foot, right? You see that area, that part right there? That's a lot of leverage and a lot of pressure on Riggins' hips. I mean, it is tough there.
10 seconds left. Riding time is locked for Barraclough, so a 2-0 advantage. Even if he were hit with a stall call here, he'd still come away with the win. No stall coming, and that will decide it. They will award a stall right at the very end. Oh, beg your pardon, just awarding the riding time point. 2-0 the final, and Terrell Barraclough will move on to the semis.
Barraclough just finding a way to win, right? I mean, when you start getting to these positions, this postseason stuff right now, you're just finding a way. Find a way. If you don't wrestle your best, find a way to get the job done.
The 20th win of the year for Terrell Barraclough, the transfer from Penn State, and he will wrestle in the Big 12 semifinals. Dean Hamity on the mat now. 174 getting underway in the quarterfinals.
Hamity and Davis down there. We got Cade DeVos coming up in Sema. DeVos had a bye first round.
Steed in firm control on mat 4 against Ulrey, looking to move on to the semifinals. He would face Barraclough in the semis.
Those guys will be coming up later. I'm jumping into 74 because Dean on the mat already. I need to go back to 165. Mean with the ride out. Well, I shouldn't say all the way right out. There's 14 seconds left on the clock, but trying to get a ride out. Nobody scored a physical takedown here yet. It's just all riding time in the mean at 145 in his favor. Steed is 12-0. Comfortable lead down there.
I mentioned it earlier. Amin and Ruiz, they faced off back in November the 24th. A match that was 1-1 going to sudden victory. Ruiz got the takedown in SV1 to win that one 4-1. They do get the escape there for Ruiz right at the tail end of the second period. 6 seconds left in the second period. Ruiz gets his point. Riding time, though, heavily in Amin's favor. Takedown on mat number 3. And the first points in that match awarded to Thompson from UNI.
You know,
just quickly with the escape.
And just to show the depth of this, right? Steed, which is down there on mat 4, wrestled Peyton Hall earlier this year and had a big lead on him. But Hall came back and ended up winning that match. So that's what you got to wrestle all these matches. We've already seen some of these wild upsets going on already.
Yeah, 15-2 Peyton Hall won over Jack Thompson earlier this year. Now finds himself down 3-1. A lot of work to do here for Ruiz. He's going to have to ride Cameline for a while to get rid of that riding time advantage.
But he's doing a pretty good job so far. I mean, you look at the riding time, it's already going down. One and a half already for Amin.
Amin trying to stand up out of it. Now he's on top of him. The reversal. 2 for Amin, now 2 back for Ruiz. Bricks out. All the attention here in Tulsa on mat number 2.
Yeah.
And Cam Amin and Nico Ruiz. Amin got the reversal, then Ruiz able to respond in kind.
Here's that reversal. Goes body lock, hip lock, and throws right to a headlock. He's got Ruiz on his haunches. There's the 2 reversal. I don't know if he got near fall, so it may go 2 reversal is my guess.
That was the way that they awarded it on the mat.
That's the way they awarded it. I don't think there were swipes there.
The crowd behind us hollering that there should be 2 points for near fall.
That's Papa Amin. I think they may look at it real quick, not for sure, but you know, looking at that replay right there, like obviously it was 2 reversal, but possibly not 2 near fall. So right now the score is 3-2, actually 4-2.
Well, no, 3-3. Riding time is in favor of Amin.
Right.
So 3-3 realistically, because a 125 riding time advantage for Cam Amin, at least at present, would give him a point.
Yeah, so Amin's got to hustle out. He's got 25 seconds. So
an opportunity for Ruiz to eliminate that riding time advantage that Amin has currently. The call did stand on mat 2, 3-2. A pair of 2-point reversals for Amin and Ruiz. Riding time down to $1.15. Amin still in his control. The whizzer in for Ruiz. The riding time down to 1:02. Under a minute now for Ruiz. He's worked down Amin's riding time. The escape now for Amin. Now it is square 3-3.
oh, here we go. 4-4, 54 seconds for Amin. 4-5. Wait a minute. Was he saying 45 seconds? I think he meant 45 seconds, not 44. That's what it was. Okay. I was wondering what 4 and 5 was. I think he's talking. Whoa. They'll get it fixed.
45 seconds is what they're looking to change this to. You'll see it reflect on our screen as well. Here on mat 2, top right corner of your screen. 45. They're still working on it. Yeah, we'll go full screen on this.
We'll get it.
In a 3-3 match here at 165. Amin and Nico Ruiz. These guys went to sudden victory when they met in the regular season, and they're head up 3-3 here as we wrestle in the final minute of the 3rd period. The 3-6 battle at 165. A leg for Ruiz. He never got a hold of the other ankle. Now he's got the takedown.
Nice.
Nico Ruiz.
Nice hit. Nice throw by. Very nice throw by for Ruiz there. Got to his underhook, looked to get a throw by in there. Did a good job.
And doggedly persistent. Missed on that ankle the first time. Able to get a hold of it on his second grasp. And gets the takedown. 19 seconds left. And now Cam Amin has got himself in some trouble here.
Mitty with a tech fall down there on mat number 1.
Ho-hum. Moving along.
Yes, that's just what he does. This has been a really, really good match for Ruiz here. Amin's got to go inside out trip or something big. That's
9 seconds to work with. Stall warning. 3, 2, 1. Stall call awarded, but it won't matter. 6-4 will be the final. And Nico Ruiz, for the second time this year, takes down Cam Amin and moves on to the Big 12 semis.
Here's the Ruiz takedown from that underhook position. Boom, underhook throw by, took that step and kind of used his leg to take Amin's base out, right? You saw how that leg just came to him. Now he's all on 1 foot.
Cam Amin's family can't believe it.
Nice.
The Oklahoma State fans can't believe it. But Nico Ruiz, for the second time this year, gets Amin and moves on to the semis. He'll face the winner of the Thompson Hall match that's on mat 3 right now and is also tied up 6-6 with 1 minute and 2 left.
And that's what Coach Zeke Jones was talking about. He'll be good here, but I think he'll be better going, right? And we're talking about it. The frame, his long, he's lanky, he's got some stuff. Kid can wrestle. He can wrestle. You got a good one right here, 6'6", Alden Thompson.
He lost to Peyton Hall, did Ruiz, 7-1 on December the 6th. He beat Jack Thompson 8-1 on January the 17th. Those two head up 6-6, 40 seconds left here in this third period on mat 3.
There was a... Was it a...
Final 20 seconds on mat 3, Hall and Thompson.
Oh, Hall's in. 15 seconds
Got
here.
a leg.
Good job by Thompson, knowing where he's at.
Thompson working his way out of the circle. Now he's got an ankle himself.
Ooh.
They will say action, no stall. 3 seconds in the period. And this one's headed to overtime. We've got some semifinal energy here in the quarterfinals, Ardell Moore. This has been wild so far.
Yes, it has, man. Yes, it has. Okay, so if you did not see the match on mat number 2, it was a medical default. Gavin Sachs ends up winning by medical default over West Virginia.
Conley.
Brody Conley.
Okay, so Sachs on to the semifinals. Steed won his match, so it's he and Barraclough on one side of the semifinals. Ruiz awaiting the winner here in overtime between Thompson and Hall as they start off sudden victory period number 1. In on a leg is Thompson. Hall circling. Thompson's got that ankle. They'll say stalemate. Doug Schwab pleading his case from the far corner.
Yeah, what Schwab is saying is he put himself there, right? I don't have to read his lips. I can hear what he's saying from over here. DeVos and Sema are tied 1-1 down there in the second period.
That's a quarterfinal at 174, bottom right corner of your screen. 40 seconds gone by in sudden victory period number 1 on mat 3. Hall and Thompson for the final semifinal spot. Nearly got an ankle. Did Thompson? Now in on the leg is Hall. Hall with the takedown, and that'll end it. Peyton Hall, the 2 seed in overtime.
Good job by Peyton Hall there. Man, watch this takedown here by Hall. His foot almost like it got stuck here for a little while. Watch that left foot, or left foot. There, good go behind, change the level, go attack the legs. Take those things away from him and go secure your 3-point takedown to move yourself into the semifinals.
So the semis are set at 165. Barraclough and Steed on one side of the bracket, Ruiz and Hall on the other side.
Got a 4-3 score down there after period 1.
That's down on mat 1. Keckeisen and Bruneau, who's already pulled one upset today.
Okay, this match right here on mat number 3, you got MJ Gaitan from Iowa State versus Keegan O'Toole. If you have not had the chance to watch Gaitan wrestle, he's creative. He's creative. Now, obviously, O'Toole's he's a vet in this game, though, so I'm pretty sure he's prepared for it.
.174, 184 on your screen right now. 184 top left, top right. 174 bottom left and bottom right. O'Toole with the early takedown and a 3-0 lead on Gaitan. DeVos with a 4-1 lead as they start the second period on mat 4 on Jared Sima in a 4-5 matchup. Keckeisen with another takedown of Bruneau and a 6-1 advantage, make it 6-2 now. I beg your pardon, 7-1 on mat number 1.
Okay, that score was all messed up on 1 minute. At one point in time, they had it 4-3, so that's why we said that. The original score is 7-1. Okay.
And then Berge and Nietenbach on mat number 2. Scoreless through the first 2.5 minutes in that 184-pound quarterfinal. O'Toole with another takedown and near fall. And an 11-0 lead. Keegan O'Toole.
That was quick.
My goodness, has he taken control on MJ Gaitan in a hurry.
Here we go, short time here for Berge right here. 7
Final
seconds.
5 seconds. Berge trying to get a hold of that far leg.
Man.
Time expires in the first period. They'll go scoreless to the second.
That's a good job by Niedenbach. Tech fall for O'Toole right there in the first period, man.
Wow. In
It
a
ain't no
buck
joke.
44.
He is no joke. Two-time national champ for a reason.
15-0 in a buck 44, and Keegan O'Toole cruises into the semifinals.
Keckeisen just extending that lead 10-1 right now.
So O'Toole and Gavin Sachs, who advanced by the medical forfeit, is one of your semifinals at 174. Hamity awaits the winner of Sima and DeVos, a 4-1 match, bottom right corner of your screen.
So DeVos in favor right now. Man, these rounds been
I'm telling you, semifinal energy to the quarterfinals today here in Tulsa.
beautiful shot by Berge there, man.
First takedown of that match and a 4-0 advantage for the South Dakota State Jackrabbit.
That was super clean.
He beat Niedenbach twice this season. 9-2 at the duel on February the 1st. Also won 12-2 in a major decision at Cliff Keene. 4-0 lead midway through the second period. There on mat 2. Keckeisen now a 10-2 advantage on Burnell, who had the upset win in the first round over Colton Hawks from Missouri.
It's a big win for that young fella.
And now you've got Dustin Plott and Caleb Uhlenhop, who got the upset of Dennis Robin in the first round, about to get rolling on mat 3. Plott tech falled Uhlenhop when they met back on November 15th.
That was the Polk's first duel of the season out in Utah.
Quickly got a hold of him. The takedown for Plott, looking for more. Uhlenhop, a good scramble to get back to his stomach.
Okay, I like what these officials just did right here. Okay, my lead official at that point in time when Plott hit that swing pull single wasn't in position to count near fall. Titus Godbold basically told him yes, there was 2 near fall. Right? They communicated. They had a quick communication in there because he did have Uhlenhop on his back for a little while, and that's where he started awarding the 2 near fall.
And now he's looking for more near fall points. At least 2 swipes we're seeing there. Yeah. And there's the pin. Dustin Plott. His second fall of the day. This time takes down Uhlenhop and moves on to the semis. What a start to the day for Dustin Plott.
Yep. Good communication by the officials there. So here's the first takedown, right? Pull swing single right to his back, 1, 2, right? And they started communicating here, but by the time they started communicating, Plott's already starting to work on top and then continue to work for that fall. So, like I said, I'd much rather be sitting over here talking with you, Mike, and talking about this great sport of wrestling than being out there in the officiating because it ain't easy, bro.
There's no 2 ways about that, man. Jared Simmel, by the way, did win his match with DeVos, so Sima and Hamity in that semifinal at 174. Sachs and O'Toole in the other semifinal, and the semis are set at 174 pounds.
That's one thing I always like. I get a chuckle out of that every time I see it when the wrestler puts the other dude on the back and the official's right there. And you like continue to look at him, like, but you gonna call him? Hey, you gonna call this fall, man? Hey,
anytime now, man.
Hey,
like, come on,
let's get up off this mat, man.
Parker Keckeisen with another takedown there on mat 1 and a 17-4 advantage. So he's getting ready to move on to the semifinals. No surprise there for the number 1 seed.
Doing what he does down here on mat number 4. You got Bachman versus Parker. We did not get to see Parker first round because he had a bye.
384-pound quarterfinals on your screen right now.
Oh man, those matches went kind of fast.
I think we're actually going to jump to heavyweight here on mat number 3, match 97 of the day. We're going to see Juan Mora and Seth Mitzel square off here on mat 3. So we're jumping ahead a little bit. We jumped past a couple of 197-pound matches. Berge and Niedenbach winding to a close here. Berge with a 4-0 advantage and looking to advance to the semis. And a takedown here right at the tail end to put a bow on it. A 7-0 advantage. The riding time will make it 8-0, and it'll be a major decision for Bennett Burton, moving on to the semifinals with the win over Nietenbach. Jack Eisen wins his comfortably.
I wonder what matches we missed here on 3. I'll try to get a little bit more detail on that. If we missed anything, you never know.
If we perhaps got a medical forfeit or
two. Could be.
It happened awfully quick. I don't think.
Yeah, because these are the only heavyweights on the mat right now. Because Serber's
Because if that were the case, we would have medical forfeited our way all the way through 197. I don't think that's what happened here.
To be determined, ladies and gentlemen, to be determined.
Meanwhile, we continue along elsewhere at 184. Bachman and Parker, bottom right corner of your screen on mat 4. Scoreless 2 minutes in. Here comes your 197s. Luke Serber and Cale Benny at 197. Top left corner of your screen, mat 1. He beat Cale Benny when they met up on the 15th of November. Pinned him 5:50 in. Berberija and Novak at 197 on mat 2.
Novak, long, lanky, he's got great scrambling ability. Very tough on top as well.
Serber shelving a leg there on mat 1. Benny trying to scramble free, splitting his way nearly out of the circle. And there's the takedown for Luke Serber and an early lead for the Cowboy.
Serber got above that waist, got his hands locked. And usually when you're in that position and the official awards 3, they will bend down there and let the wrestler know, hey, you got 3 takedowns, so they can, if their hands are locked, he says 3, they unlock their hands.
Bachman and Parker rather, bottom right corner of your screen. He's got a leg, but short time, and that's not going to happen for him. A scoreless first period in that 4-5 matchup at 184. The final semifinal spot at 184 up for grabs. After we get through these quarterfinal matches, we'll see the first round of wrestlebacks here in session 1 as well start to take the mat in a little bit of time. And then semifinals this evening in session 2, and also 2 rounds worth of wrestlebacks this evening. But the semifinals is where we'll go just 2 mats, mat 2 and 3, and
the other
really crank up the energy. 2-point reversal for Cale Benny on Serber there on mat 1.
Yeah, Benny did a really good job there. He ended up catching Serber's leg, and they were kind of in a weird predicament there for a while, but he was able to keep elevating, and Serber got higher, and higher, where he had to bail out and end up giving up that reversal.
Quick escape for Bachman there on mat 4 and a 1-0 advantage. Serber got a reversal of his own. Now Benny with the escape. 5-3, 2 minutes in there on mat 1. Mora and Nitzel still scoreless as they start the second period. Nitzel on top.
Takedown there for Novak.
Joey Novak, the first to score another late period takedown. This time of Berberija. And he'll have a 3-0 lead after the first period. Novak has not faced Berberija.
Bachman and Parker still 1-0, 36 seconds left in the second period.
Yeah, Bachman got a quick escape.
Yeah.
5 seconds into the second period, and they've been square up ever since.
Riding time is not a factor. Good shot by Benny.
Berberija able to work his way free. 3-1. I beg your pardon, Novak with the escape. 4-0. Serber got a hold of that ankle, trying to turn Benny. Benny able to work his way loose.
Both of them.
Late time in that first period. No further scoring. 5-3 after one, and the crowd here in Tulsa doesn't like it.
I think they're going to take a quick look at that.
Bachman and Parker still 1-0 there on mat 4, late second period.
Good hand fighting down there. There really hadn't been, there was one significant attack by Bachman early. That was late in that first period, probably with about 7 to 10 seconds left, but that's about it. Parker's
Jeff
choice.
Nitzel is going to have a full 2-minute ride here in the second period on Juan Mora. In our one heavyweight bout on the mat. Nitzel had a first round bye, so maybe a little more in the tank, and able to execute the full 2-minute ride of Juan Mora.
Yep.
So a 1-0 lead that will be tough to eliminate here for Mora, and he's going to start head up and just go hunting for a takedown.
He's got to go get a takedown, right? That's got to get a takedown to win. Got to get a takedown to win. They ended up, after that review, no points for Serber, so Serber's going down, bottom period, or second period, with the 5-3 score. Oh, he's still riding. Okay, my bad.
Trying to work down that riding time on mat 4. Finally, the escape 1-1. Oh! They do.
Mora scored.
They give the takedown. Yes. And a 3-1 lead for Juan Mora.
Yep. That is right. Serber with the escape.
Nitzel was 2-0 against Mora this year. An 8-0 major decision. Also won 7-1. But Juan Mora with this third period takedown and a 3-1 lead. Really a 3-2 lead, so he can't give up the takedown. Otherwise, it'll be tied up 3-all.
Well,
unless he can work down the riding time, but there's
he won't
be able to.
My memory serves me correct, Mike. Mora came out early when they dueled him and was winning the match and was kind of really in complete control of it. Nitzel found another gear, speaking of gas tank, found another gear and was able to
nearly a vicious mat return. Nitzel did a good job to get a foot down and block that.
He was able to come back and end up getting a victory.
So this match is ostensibly tied right now, 3-all.
Nothing there. He's got to get that arm out. He's got to run arm his right arm out if he wants to score.
They spill out of the circle. Mora with a 3-2 lead on the scoreboard, but Nitzel's got the riding time advantage, 1:48 seconds worth of riding time. So that is realistically a 3-3 match right now on mat 3, bottom left corner. Serber a 9-3 lead, mid-second period on mat 1.
We got blood down there, it looks like.
Bachman and Parker 1-1.
Oh, there's the shot.
Final 3 seconds, a chance.
No time. Ooh.
Nothing. No riding time. They'll go to OT on mat 4, Bachman and Parker.
I'm gonna hit him with my man Don Blasingame, which used to be the OSU announcer. We're gonna go into overtime. I always loved the way he said it. I didn't like it when I had to go in overtime, but I always loved when he said it for somebody else.
Final 10 seconds here on mat 3. And also we're gonna have OT on mat 3 and mat 4. As the riding time point for Nitzel makes it 3-all. Sudden victory on mat 3, sudden victory on mat 4.
2 minutes. On the clock, we're getting a sudden victory. It's mat number 4.
We have some views on mat 1 and on mat 2. On mat 1, they ruled that they'll come back here neutral, Serber and Benny.
9-4. Benny's putting up a fight, man. He's trying to redeem himself a little bit. I like it. Get out there and battle, man. Every match is different. What was the review here on mat 2?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Mat 3 and mat 4 have had the majority of my attention right now. In on a leg is Mora. And the takedown for Juan Mora to win in overtime and move on to the semis in the heavyweight class.
Mora's had a good tournament so far, man. Nice snatch single, got him up, got all that weight on one foot. The pipeline changed off to a double. Got that 3 takedown. Avenged the loss from earlier in the year. Pretty fired up. Good job.
Yes,
fella.
he is. Now they start OT here on mat 4. 1-1, Bachman and Parker.
So the review over here on mat 2 was a coach's takedown challenge. Score still 4-0.
Novak in control, up 4-0 with just 30 seconds left. Bachman and Parker, bottom right corner of your screen, 1-1, 30 seconds into overtime. Final semifinal spot at 184 up for grabs. In on a leg, nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
And they spill out.
So I wonder if, I can't see from here, but my guess is Parker's foot hit the carpet. Yep. And once that happens, the officials have to blow the whistle. He's out of bounds
Rick
in that
is out.
situation.
From the Iowa State corner, Kevin Dresser wants another look at this. Serber up 9-5, was spilling Benny. And another takedown for the #1 seed at 197 and a 12-5 advantage with a minute left in that bout. Herrera and Runyon, our second semifinal heavyweight quarterfinal on mat 3, just getting underway.
I like this Herrera kid. Freshman coming in, obviously younger. Bastida was the original heavyweight, banged up with injuries, to your point, which you made earlier in the broadcast. Herrera's a freshman, man. Kids out here, I mean, listen, you're wrestling grown men at 240, 50, 60 some odd pounds, man.
They are going to review on mat 4 as Dresser challenged the ruling. No takedown, no points awarded, still 1-1, and they will come back neutral with a $113 in the first sudden victory period.
Well, in this situation, if you're thinking like, if you're Bachman, you're like, man, I've been the aggressor. I just have not had the chance to score. He's been the one that's been in on the legs, but either time ran out or Parker was able to get his foot over there. So let's see what happens here in this last seat. Well, what do we got? We still got
a minute into sudden victory. Wyatt Hendrickson getting underway with his second bout of the weekend, and very quickly the takedown of Mitchell, the 8th seed. And a 3-0 lead for Wyatt Hendrickson. Sam Mitchell from Wyoming. Again, they spill out of the circle there on mat 4, Bachman and Parker. Bachman and Parker had never faced off prior to this bout. 30 seconds left in sudden victory period #1.
Yep. When we start getting here, then we'll go to the ride outs.
In a leg. Oh, here we go again. Lifting Bachman. There it is. Evan Bachman with the takedown. 8 seconds left in sudden victory.
Bachman did a really good job. They were almost going out of bounds. He did a good job of shifting and changing the momentum and or direction of Parker to get him inbounds where he could finish inbounds, and you can't stretch and go.
Another look at Bachman with the takedown to win it and set up a semifinal bout with Keckeisen.
Changed off, go get his double. Serber and Benny in some back and forth over there.
Serber tilting him again. Near fall points and the pin. Luke Serber with the pin.
Time was out. I think time was out.
They'll say time was out. Time was the 4 near fall. It'll be a 19-6 final.
They got it to a funky position down there, man.
So just a major decision for Luke Serber.
Yeah.
But he moves on to the semis just the same at 197 pounds. Hendrickson working way on the edge of the mat. Had a chance there with the cradle to pin Mitchell, but Mitchell's able to wiggle free.
Here's that Serber situation over there where they almost called a fall. Good back and forth between him and Benny, and right there, he was pretty close. Woo! He called it, but time was out.
And you can see the other official helping him, calling out how much time was left so that they could be able to be in complete awareness of where the clock was and still keep eyes on the action. Really good work from the officiating crew.
Hendrickson already up 10-0 right here in this, first period.
flying against Sam Mitchell. Now we see Schoen and Volker from Northern Iowa. Wyatt Volker, who did not have a first-round bout, had the bye into the quarterfinals. Another pin for Wyatt Hendrickson. And he moves on to the semis. It will be him and Mora in a bedlam battle in the semis in heavyweight. Herrera and Runyon, bottom left corner of your screen, a 1-0 lead for Lance Runyon in the heavyweight class.
Backstory on Runyon. What do you think he came to college at?
What's that?
What do you think he was projected at? His first year in college, what was it?
Oh, weight-wise? 157. I'll just throw a guess. 74?
74.
Throw a ridiculous
74.
guess out there.
I mean, 74 still is ridiculous, right? I mean, 57, you're not too far off. You hear me? You're not too far off.
Well, no, but he's a heavyweight
That's
now.
what I'm saying, but I just like, and obviously he doesn't weigh as much as Herrera or anything like that. We don't have the weigh-in sheets, but my guess is Runyon can't weigh no more than 215, 220.
Well, and we saw a guy in the heavyweight classification, David Berkovich, who wrestled all year long at 174. I'm sorry, 184. Man. All of his bouts this year were at 184. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got the wrong name here. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. It wasn't Berkovich. Hang on. It was Brian Finnerty. Wrestled at 197 in 2 duels last year. All 11 of his matches, though, this year have come at 174 pounds. Brian Finnerty from West Virginia. Dang. Has not faced a heavyweight all season long, but just West Virginia in a tough spot, needed to put him in the heavyweight class. So sometimes it happens.
Right, we are starting some of these wrestlebacks, so there's going to be a lot of different weights on the mat.
You got 133, Caprella and O'Brien in a wrestle back on mat 2. Glazier and Bush, bottom right corner of your screen. That is a quarterfinal at 197. Herrera and Runyon is a quarterfinal at 285. Schoen and Volker is a quarterfinal at 197. So mats 1, 3, and 4 had him turned.
That's weight differential right there, brother. Runyon was in a really good spot, but that's just
and then the
big
pin.
weight differential. Yeah.
What an effort from Herrera.
Yeah.
Turned that match on its ear in the first 35 seconds of the third period.
Go ahead, young man. Love the emotion. Go ahead, young fella.
Daniel Herrera from Iowa State moving on to the semifinals, knocking off Lance Runyon. That's an important result in the team battle as well, because those were points that Northern Iowa certainly would have wanted.
Yeah. Oh, man. Man, you put so much, these guys put so much into this sport. These coaches put so much into this sport. I mean, just nationwide. Granted, we're here, but man.
Yeah.
It's good to see that emotion, man, in a good way, man.
On mat 3, we are about to, for the first time this weekend, see the big man from Arizona State, Colton Schultz, take to the mat. The number 2 seed in the heavyweight classification, number 6 in the national rankings. 4-time Pac-12 champion, 4-time All-American at the NCAAs, finished 2nd in 2022. He's done basically everything there is to do in the sport except for win a national championship. 4th, 2nd, 7th, and 6th at the NCAAs over the last 4 years.
And he's also got a great international resume as well. On the age group level and senior group levels, I mean, you know, for that matter. So he is very well versed in Greco, and talking to Coach Jones about him, he's almost even more proud of the human being that he's became. That's one thing that he was definitely certain to us and talking to us really heavily about when we had a chance to speak with him last week.
Said he runs their FCA at Arizona State.
Runs their FCA. And here's a little backstory with this. I've known Colton since he was little, but since he's been young, right? He's from Colorado. They used to travel up here and wrestle at the roller tournaments, the Wild Wrestling in Tulsa, and I've just watched him continue to grow, and to see the young man that he has become, man, it's just been awesome.
Volker got a takedown there as they were spilling out of the circle on mat 1 and has a 6-2 lead but they're going to go to the monitor again and make sure here.
Review that. Take a look at this takedown here, down here on mat number 1.
Eric McGill, Kevin Looper are 2 officials on that end, and they do award the takedown. And then the action spilled out of the circle is what he's communicating there, so it will remain a 6-2 score.
Yep.
Start of the second period on mat 4, bottom right corner of your screen, 3-1 Glazier. Here's the takedown.
Shot, run behind by Volker, stuff in the head. Oh, no, pancake. Yep.
Still that foot in bounds, you can see.
Yeah, so that's where St. John was pointing. He was pointing, saying
to the carpet.
It shouldn't have been. Yes, right? But I think, here's what I think. His heel was still on the mat and his foot hadn't hit the carpet yet. You know what I mean? That's where inches. I'm telling you, man.
It is a razor-thin margin.
Ooh, brother.
Between 6-2 and 3-2. Now 6-3 as Schoen does get loose.
Schultz with that big sprawl. 3 points on the board.
Colton Schultz with a quick start. Schultz on the year 19-3. Had not faced Rasmussen prior to today. Just hammering his head into the mat with that heavy right shoulder.
Man.
I'm reminded of something that Wyatt Hendrickson said to us earlier this week, and I feel it can be applied to that situation and what Schultz just did. Hendrickson said, I want you to walk away going, I never want to wrestle Wyatt Hendrickson again in my life. And Schultz has got a lot of the same kind of energy.
I got to ask him why he did that dude like that, man. God, dog. You see that?
Bam!
Oh, man. It was quick, too. Oh. That wasn't
the
a
takedown and the ride out here for Schultz, a 3-0 lead and nearly a minute of riding time after 1 period there on mat 3. Volker up 9-3 on mat 1. Late time in the second period. Caprella leading that wrestle back over O'Brien 4-1. And Glazier and Bush in a good one, 3-2 mat 4, bottom right corner of your screen. 20 seconds left, second period in a 1-point match. That's for a semifinal spot at 197.
Against Serber, correct?
Yes, indeed. Winner gets Luke Serber.
Let's see who's
not exactly what you'd call a reward, but hey, you're in the semifinals.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll be honest. You know, Glazier beat Serber last year.
Yes, he did. Last year in the duel.
Bush gave him a really good match in the duel. So these guys are here. They're battling. It is Glazier's choice to go down. So he's going to try to increase this lead to 4-2.
Glazier won that match against Serber in the dual meet 4-1. And Serber and Bush was a 6-5 match that Serber won back on January the 19th. So both these guys on the bottom right corner capable of getting to the championship. There's no question.
In that match, that's when Glazier was at Iowa last year. So he's been at South Dakota State this whole time for people out there wondering. But, you know, he's got to feel confident about that. And same thing for Bush, right? And obviously Serber knows, hey, it's going to be a different match. My goal is to try to come out on top. So they're in a fight right now, 4-2, 1.5 left. Riding time is not a factor. It's only 15 seconds for Glazier.
Bush cut him loose, has to go hunt the takedown here in this final minute 25.
Schultz doing his work down here, 5-0. Riding time continuing to go up.
Wyatt Volker continuing right along, another takedown and a 13-3 advantage with a minute to go in that one, top left corner of your screen. Danger here for Schultz. 4 swipes. As the Sun Devil adds to his lead, make it 9-0 on mat 3. Bush has got to go get a takedown on mat 4.
Ooh,
leg control.
Ooh, he's got to pull that foot to him and try to get.
He's got an ankle on the underside.
All right, here we
Nothing
go,
yet. Good sprawl on mat 4.
Glazier's in better position. If Bush if he was able to get that arm across, head high with, oh man, there's still a lot of time. 50 seconds left. I wonder if it's going to be a stalemate. Yeah.
Man. Fall for Schultz. 17-0, cruising into the semifinals with the win over Rasmussen.
Schultz doing what he does, brother.
47 seconds left here for Bush. The West Virginia Mountaineer needs a takedown here. Riding time not a factor on mat 4. This is a straight-up takedown match.
Yes, it is.
30 seconds left. Changing levels is Bush, but not able to get in.
Man, missed opportunity right there for Bush in that last sequence.
Reaching for that left leg, but nothing doing. 12 seconds, another shot, blocked by Glazier. 5 seconds. One last shot, they spill out of the circle. 3 seconds left, and Bush is going to run out of time here. And Zach Glazier, the South Dakota State Jackrabbit, in his 6th year, the transfer from Iowa, moving on to the semifinals, where he will face Luke Serber, who, as you mentioned, he beat a year ago in the duel when he was still at Iowa.
Yep.
A good semifinal to watch there at 197.
Oh, here we go with these wrestlebacks. We are on it.
Nogle and Titus on mat 2. Nogle with a quick takedown.
Yeah, nice little throw by Nogle there. This is where Titus is he's a really, really good scrambler.
We are now fully into wrestlebacks. 125, 141, 133. Mats 1, 2, and 3.
Let it breathe a little bit, Mike. Let it breathe. All right, here we go. Let's see. I'm going to go to this 125. We got different weights. We got 25 on the mat. We got 41 on the mat. We got 33 on the mat. So we are all over the board, ladies and gentlemen. We are everywhere. Make sure we give these guys their due diligence here while we're out here. We got Niner from Cal Baptist versus Gage Walker down here on mat number 1. They are just getting underway. That's at 125 pounds. Let's see, 133 here. Farber from UNI and Mauger from Utah Valley on mat number 3. Titus and Noble, Mike mentioned that earlier, on mat number 2. Mat number, I think that's 125 down there on mat number 1. Yeah, that's 125 on mat number 1. That is Tucker Owens from Air Force and Mr. Bridger Ricks from Utah Valley.
Ricks with a 3-0 lead on Owens. Top left corner there on mat 1. 4-4 Noble and Titus here on mat 2.
Boy, he's got, ooh, Lord, look at this. That's a pretzel, man. Look at this, look at this. Titus got to get that head underneath that knee. Oh, there he goes. My body don't bend like that. My body never bent like that to begin with, so I don't know what I'm trying to talk about.
Meanwhile, bottom left corner, Farber and Mauger. Julian Farber with a nice start there at 133. Julian Farber upset by Hunter Leak in the first round. Certainly wanting to work his way through wrestlebacks and still make a quality weekend of things for the UNI Panther. Still the opportunity to go get third if he can work his way through the weekend.
Your hopes and dreams are still alive, man. You got to win and stay in, right? That's kind of the goal. One match at a time, one period at a time.
At 133, you've got 6 allocations for the NCAA championships. And Farber, with the season that he had, certainly a viable option. Otherwise,
they're going to be hard-fought, just battles, man. This is where that mental toughness comes into play. Oh, broken headgear. Been there.
I almost wonder, how doesn't that happen?
Dude, it's, you know what, listen, I can't say all wrestlers are superstitious, but you know, you have a certain headgear that fits you a little bit better. You feel comfortable in it and all that stuff too. Pretty sure we'll probably see Titus kind of messing with that one a little bit until he gets a little bit of comfort level with it. Farber's got a 7-1 lead over here on mat number 3.
So Farber facing Mauger here in this first round of wrestlebacks. If he were able to get the win, would then face the loser of the Berwick-Whitcraft bout, so that'll be Reese Whitcraft.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be
potential to be a really good battle. Yeah. And a battle that will matter from a team point total perspective as well, if that's the way things go.
Yep. And that's kind of to our point that we talked about earlier. Yes, the semis finals will be fire, no doubt, and fireworks, but that backside stuff is going to be crazy. Got him a scramble going on over here on mat number 3. .54 here on mat number 2. Ooh, Titus tried the headlock. No, oh, they're scrambling now. Oh, that's 3, yep. Titus attempted a headlock there. I don't know if he was fully committed to it though, but he ended up scoring 3 points out of it. Not out of that headlock, but that caused the scramble and allowed him to score.
So now he's got that 7-5 advantage late second period on mat 2. Farber up 7-1 as they start on mat 3. Ricks and Owens a 4-0 advantage for Ricks out of Utah Valley on mat 1. And Walker with a 1-0 lead on Cal Baptist Mitchell Neener on mat number 4. Try and set the semifinals for you now that they are sorted out. Takedown there, rather a reversal for Mauger, and a 7-3 bout on mat 3.
So to that point right there, Mike, remember who was it that had the cradle earlier? I think it was Travis.
Okay.
We talked about you got to be patient in that position when you're taking them over because they're going to use that free leg if they can to kind of lift you over with them and escape. That's exactly what happened right here in this match.
So semifinals as they stand right now, 125, Tristan Doherty and Troy Spratley on one side of the bracket, Jet Strickenberger and Steve O'Poulin on the other side of the bracket. 133, Cade Moore after his upset win of Evan Frost against Kyle Berwick from North Dakota State, who beat Whitcraft in that really good 4-5 matchup in the quarterfinals. A 10-6 decision for Berwick in that one. Hunter Leak, a couple of upset wins. One over Farber, one over Cleveland Belton to move on to the semifinals, and he'll face Dominic Serrano, the 2 seed. So Serrano, you got to imagine the favorite of who's remaining. But as we've talked about today, man, who knows?
Who knows?
So we'll see. There's your semifinals at 133. 141, Andrew Alirez, the number 1 seed, pretty comfortably moving along in the first round. A 4-3 win over Julian Tagg in the second round. He'll face Tegan Jamison, who tech-falled his way to the semis with the win over Moshe Schwartz. Frost and Happel on the other side of the bracket, both comfortable wins in their quarterfinals. So there's your semis at 141. 149, Real Buto had to come back that early match, fell way behind, but then ends up getting the pin of Sam Hiegas of West Virginia. He'll face Gavin Drexler in the semifinals. Teague Travis, the upset of Kelly, the upset of McDougald, and he's in the semifinals. The switch from David Taylor that has paid dividends in a big way. He'll face Paniro Johnson, who had to win in sudden victory over Logan Joffrey. That's the other semifinal at 149. 157, Cody Chittum, Kobe Siebrecht the semifinal at 157. Vinny Zerbin and Caleb Fish, the other side of the bracket, 157. That Zerbin and Fish battle feels like one that could be a lot of fun.
I think it's going to be interesting. Obviously, Zerbin is really, really good in the scramble situations, right? And I mean, the performance he put over here on Downey is good, man. He's really, really good, and he was in control the majority of that match, too. So it's going to be a little back and forth.
165, Barraclough and Steed, one side of the bracket. Ruiz, who got the win over a mean 6-4 decision. He'll face Peyton Hall in the semifinals. That's at 165. 174, you'll see Dean Hamity and Cade DeVos. DeVos, the defending champ. That should be an interesting bout.
So think about this. Last year going into NCAAs, DeVos was the 1 seed here. Last year going into NCAAs, DeVos was the number 2 seed. And he's 4 seed. He was 2 seed in NCAAs last year. He's 4 seed at Big 12 this year. Ain't that crazy?
That's how deep it is at 174. So he'll face Hamity, and then Gavin Sachs, who advanced via injury early on against Conley. He'll face Keegan O'Toole, who tech-falled his way to the semis at 174. 184, Parker Kekheisen and Evan Bachman on one side of the bracket. Bennett Berge, the 3 seed, and Dustin Plott, chalk in 184. 1, 2, 3, and 4 advancing to the semifinals. 197, you've got Serber and Glazier, Volker and Novak. Another 1, 2, 3, 4 chalk through to the semis. And then at 285, Hendrickson, of course, he'll face Juan Mora, who won that 4-5 matchup against Nitzel in sudden victory. And then Schultz will face Herrera, who pinned Runyon in their quarterfinal. So there's your semifinals and how they shake out. And obviously now we've got wrestlebacks the rest of the way through session 1.
Best name in the tournament. Ain't that my boy Smokey McClure?
Smokey McClure, yes indeed, on that too. Facing Kelly, the 6 seed from Cal Baptist in wrestlebacks here at 149.
We got an overtime match down here on mat number 1.
4-4 starting sudden victory 1, Owens and Ricks. Air Force and Utah Valley
Owens had
at 125.
Owens had to get that last takedown to tie it up and take it into overtime. So it was 4-1 at that time. He scored with about 10, 15 seconds left to take it into overtime to make the score 4-4 right now.
In on a leg is Owens, trying to circle around. Nothing yet. Rick's circling, trying to keep that far leg away from him. They'll come back neutral on mat 1. 1:10 left in sudden victory 1.
And that was a wild scramble there.
On mat 2, yeah.
Yes.
Again, Owens has got a leg. Hasn't finished it yet.
They're still working down there.
Whizzer in for Ricks. And there's the takedown. Owens, doggedly persistent, gets the win on mat 1, 7-4 in sudden victory.
We dug deep on that one. Down here on mat number 4, we got Griffin versus Moore. Eli Griffin from Cal Baptist versus Peyton Moore from North Dakota State University. See, I think it was a fall for Griffin right there, so he's moving on to the next round.
That's at 141. Kelly and McClure, top right corner of the screen at 149. Morton and Shelton at 157.
This is a scrambling match right here on number 2 between Kelly and McClure.
McClure with the 1 takedown here in that first period, a 3-1 advantage. Check in on the team totals real quick. Oklahoma State out to a 29-point lead so far, 83 points in total. Iowa State in second, 54 points. Northern Iowa in third at 50. South Dakota State and Northern Colorado rounding out the top 5 with 40 and 39.5 points respectively. So Oklahoma State the favorite coming in, off to a very strong start so far this weekend.
Mat number 3, 157 pounds.
With you on mat 3 in a 1-0 match between Morton and Shelton.
Okay, we're kind of seeing what this review is. We don't know what happened, but Titus is getting ready to let us know. Okay, takedown. Okay, there was no takedown at the end of the period. And I didn't see a brick thrown, so I think that was an official review. Yeah, that was an official review, so no coach had to use nobody had to use a brick on that one.
A couple 149-pound matches happening mats 1 and 2. Villegas with the 3-0 lead on Viduya. Kelly and McClure in that 3-2 scramble heavy match on mat 2. Logan Joffrey, after his loss to Pinheiro Johnson, awaits the winner of this Villegas-Viduya bout. Kelly and McClure. Winner will face Gabe Willishell out of Wyoming in the next round of wrestlebacks. That round of wrestlebacks and the one to follow will happen as part of tonight's session. And of course, we will have the semifinals as well on these two center mats, mat 2 and mat 3, all through this evening's session number 2.
And it's going to be fun.
Villegas out to a very fast start on Alec Viduya after he got off to such a fast start on Real Buto earlier today. Then eventually Real Buto turned that around on him and got the pin.
Like I said, 8-0. 8-0. 8-0.
It was 8-0. It was 10-2 to start the second period. And Real Buto not only came back to take the lead, but eventually pinned Villegas at the 4:46 mark. Got an injury here on mat 2.
Let's see here. The officials came over and started talking a little bit. Let's see. I don't know if it's
this one went to the mat hard.
Good snap. Go behind. Right there. Yeah. I think I'm not for sure if that knocked him out. I don't want to speak out of turn, but just how he landed. Brief knocked out and/or breath taken out. I think it's a little bit more than breath taken out.
Swipes down there on mat 1, and that's going to be a tech fall for Sam Villegas from West Virginia, and he'll move on in wrestlebacks, and he'll face Logan Joffrey.
That's another one. That was a good back and forth there. Just think about just some of these wrestlebacks that are already going on, right? You got Wingcraft and Farver, right? Hillegas and who'd you say he's got to wrestle Joffrey, which was in control. Joffrey, in control, you know. Some of those matches right there, man, you can lose some sleep over. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, I think you've got some experience with that. You've also got some experience making other people lose sleep for how they lost to you, by the way.
But, you know, hey, you got to throw it out there, man. Hey, you in this game long enough, it's going to happen to you, too.
There's no getting around it.
There's no getting around it, man.
The list of guys that got around that reality is about 2 or 3 guys long.
Yeah, okay, so here's what happened here on mat number 2, ladies and gentlemen. So you just saw they took Paul Kelly off of the mat. So this is his percussion protocol. So they're going to take him back in that back room without to my understanding, the Cal Baptist trainers. It's going to be a third party that's doing the deal to figure out if he passes concussion protocol, and then to bring him back is what they're doing right now. So that's what's going on right here on mat 2. Yep, you see him taking him off into that tunnel right now. They'll run him through a series of tests, and if they say, hey, he can come back and compete, he'll come back. If they say no, that's that. So
the independent neurological consultants.
Yes.
You saw they're donning the red shirts.
Yep. And that takes the trainers out of it and all that stuff. Like, you got to have somebody else look and decide that fact with this concussion protocol. So, in the meantime, Smokey McClure he's got to hang over here, sit out, and do the best to keep his mind sharp and ready and loose for when it's time to wrestle again.
In the meantime, you've got Morton and Shelton on mat 3, bottom left corner of your screen. A 5-1 lead for Morton, the 8th seed from Cal Baptist. Schmidt and Ganos on mat 4.
He got beat by Dowling in the first round, didn't he? Morton did, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Morton still working for that takedown there.
Morton and Dowling in that first round, a bout that went to tiebreaker number 1. Dowling with the 5-1 win. So Morton, the 8th seed, 15-11 now on the year. About to make it 16-11. He gets the win over Bryce Shelton. They'll face Conway in the next round of wrestlebacks. James Conway, who lost to Fish in a tight bout, 8-5 in the quarterfinals.
That was a good match by Conway. Granted, Fish came out with the victory, but you get an early takedown, 3-1. I think Fish scored again, 6-1. But Conway found his way back in that match with that one takedown, and obviously the new rules of the 3-point. And next thing you know, it's 8-5, and all you need is one more takedown to take it in overtime.
Schmidt and Ganos, a 2-point match. Third period on mat 4, riding time not a factor. Takedown match to move on in wrestlebacks. Good scramble here, nothing yet. Ganos needs a takedown.
He's got to get his hips up. Hips up, knee to the chest. If he can't get his knee to his chest, yep, he's still got that leg. Head high, he's got to turn back into him. No control yet for either wrestler.
Schmidt's got a hold of that ankle, and they're going to say potentially dangerous because that knee from Ganos was wrenched.
Yes, if obviously Schmidt had that leg, Ganos' goal was trying to get that leg back, drive his knee to his chest, but he was unable to do that one.
Ganos lost to Schmidt 4-2 when they faced off in November. Finds himself in a similar position here. Needs a takedown here late. Here comes Kelly, by the way, after being evaluated.
Kelly's walking back out, kind of talking to Coach Derek Moore, which was an NCAA champ, which Munoz coached him during that year. Mark Munoz coached him, and now Munoz is helping him out.
Derek Moore, the most outstanding wrestler at the 2007 NCAAs. National title at 141, upset the top seed with a 17-2 tech fall in the final.
He was a turner, but man, that dude would throw in boots and he would, and that there was only 3 near fall then. It wasn't 4 back then. It was still 2 takedown, 3 near, that was the max you could get, but man, he was deadly on top.
So Schmidt's going to hang on here against Ganos, and he'll move on in the wrestlebacks at 174. And he'll face MJ Gaitan.
Kelly's back out here like we talked about. It's 3-2 is the score for my man Smokey. And 20.
One more look at why Kelly needed to be evaluated.
Yep.
Spilled to the deck hard right here. Bam. And you do kind of see what it looks to be. He does kind of go limp.
Yep.
But he was evaluated and will wrestle on here with 24 seconds remaining in the second period. You saw the officials jumped on that immediately. They saw the same thing that we saw.
And maybe that, okay, to this point, so are they saying before that, was it a takedown? So I think that's another holdup to this position, what they're doing right here. Did McClure score a takedown before that? And I think that's what also the officials were talking about when they went to the side and were having communications.
So now after all of this, they are going to go to the monitor.
Yes, so that's kind of what they're doing right now. So mat number 2 is still on hold, and they're figuring out some things there. We got 1, 3, and 4 rocking and rolling.
Mat number 1's got a good one. Midway through the second period, 6-6 Voorhees and Manabog at 165 pounds. Voorhees, the close loss to Thompson in the first round. Manabog lost to Peyton Hall. Winner of this one will face Riggins in the next round of wrestlebacks. Good scramble here. Manabog rolling through. Voorhees has got that knee trapped.
So you grab
Manabog with his foot.
Ooh, ow!
That one didn't feel good for either of them.
Oh. Yeah, that didn't look good down there on mat 1.
When potential energy becomes kinetic energy.
Yeah, and I said
everybody sprung loose and went flying.
I said, ooh, ow, and once again hit Mike. Oh, just watch this last little nice shot there. Little roll, funk roll by Manabog coming up. And here's the situation. Watch the left knee. Just kind of watch it when he starts kind of coming up a little bit. Right. Damn. Oof.
Almost kind of foot to the face, too. They both caught a little bit of that.
Yeah, that hurt.
I think Manabog caught the worst of it.
Yeah,
Voorhees now with the takedown and a 9-6 advantage
out there, yeah.
late in this second period.
You got right here on mat 3, John Wiley and Shrum from North Dakota State University.
So they're going to say unnecessary roughness on mat 2. They're going to award a point to Kelly, and it's 3-3 as they're going to get back rolling with 24 seconds left.
And see, I see what the Utah Valley coaches are saying. They're just saying, hey, he's reaching up trying to grab something and bring him down, right? I don't, in their defense, they're saying, hey, it wasn't an intentional spike or anything. So 1 point red ties that score up 3-3. So
give you one more look at it
this
here.
Bad boy.
What do you guys think at home, whether this was something that was in his control or not?
That's my only guess.
The fact that he left his own feet.
That's my only guess.
And
that's my only guess.
Added to the momentum of Kelly.
Yeah, that's my only
plunging to the mat.
Wiley with the fall over here on mat 3. We appreciate everybody kind of giving us that information, kind of keeping us up to date of what's going on, so we can inform everybody that's out there listening to us and or watching us, should I say. But yeah, that was an interesting sequence, right? You go from concussion, then you go from penalty point, then you come back wrestle, and now your score's 3-3 going into the third. Well, now 4-3 for McClure.
Quick escape from McClure, so he goes back in front.
Got Hill and Glover over here on mat number 3, starting their first period at 197 pounds.
All wrestlebacks on your screen now. Semifinals are set. That'll be part of session number 2 this evening here on ESPN+.
Voorhees is doing his thing down there on mat number 1.
Voorhees opening that up against Manabog now 15-7. McClure and Kelly a 1 point bout here on mat 2. Under 90 seconds to go. Hill and Glover just getting rolling on mat 3. And a takedown for Hill and a 3-0 advantage.
Egan Hawks down there on mat number 4. 0-0 going into the second period. AJ was in the bottom position. Oh.
A minute left here on mat 2 in a 1 point match. Come back neutral with 50 seconds to work with. Kelly needing to score.
Trying to find a takedown. Where is it at? McClure's got a whole position. I don't think there's any stall calls.
Riding time not a factor on mat 2.
Nope.
14 seconds from McClure, that's all. Final 30 seconds.
Good job by McClure there. Going to attack that leg. Putting Kelly's butt to the edge. And still wrestling through those situations.
McClure pushing further and further out in the circle. 10 seconds to work with. Kelly a couple shots. McClure scrambling out of the way, and Kelly's going to run out of time here on mat 2. The 6th seed got a leg right at the very end, but way too late.
Good baseline defense by McClure that last 35, 40 seconds.
And the 6th seed, Paul Kelly, sees his weekend come to an end. McClure will advance to face Gabe Willishell, who is the 4 seed, in the next round of wrestlebacks.
Hill with the 3-0 lead over here, still in the first period. 45 seconds left. Riding time's up to 1:45 right now.
Hegan Hawks at 184 on mat 4. Still a couple of 184-pound wrestlebacks on your screen as Robin and Berkovich are about ready to get going on mat 1.
Yeah, that's all Hawks rode that whole period out, so he's got 2 minutes riding time right now.
On mat number 184 pounds, on the mat for West Virginia, Dennis Robin.
I sit here and laugh and realize, so another medical forfeit here. Who got their hand raised there?
From South Dakota State, Drake Rhodes.
Trying to double check. I think Greenlee, okay, was maybe what I just heard on the
From North
public
Dakota
address.
State. Okay. Oh, man. Just how fast this thing can go from 0 to 100 real quick, brother, in a blink of an eye. Like, it's like, hey, think about it already, dude. It is almost 3 o'clock. It's 2:35. We started this session at 10, and I think this may be the first time, like, I officially, like,
Actually took
looked
note
at my
of what time
like,
it was.
Hey, man, it's already, like, past 2 o'clock.
4.5 hours have gone by.
It's already past 2 o'clock, man. Oh, boy. You get off of them deep waters, you just trying to swim, keep your head above, you know what I'm saying? Golly.
It makes more sense why I'm as hungry as I am
You know
right
what I'm saying? Like, you don't. Well, listen, I know I was over here doing something, you know, I was moving. I had some good lateral movement myself. Y'all couldn't see that on TV, but it was great. It was great.
184, meanwhile, Robin and Berkovich, top left corner of your screen, and Berkovich from Cal Baptist off to a nice start here, a 6-1 advantage, 2 first period takedowns.
That last one had his toe in, like it was a pinky toe.
And that pinky toe in makes it 9-2.
Yep.
4-0 Hill over Glover midway through second period, bottom left corner. Mat 2 currently vacated. I believe mat 2 may be retired for session 1.
I think 2 is done. They pick up the ankle bands. The table workers are putting their jackets on. They're like, I am gone.
So our friends at mat 2 can grab some lunch. 12-3 Berkovich with the lead. Make it 12-4 as Robin gets away. Hill now with another takedown. A 7-0 advantage in the second period. Hawks up 1-0, and that just now going final. It'll be 2-0 with the riding time. And Colton Hawks will advance with the win over A.J. Heath at 184.
Yep.
So Hawks will face Caleb Uhlenhop from Utah Valley in the next round of wrestlebacks. You'll have Uhlenhop and Hawks, Nietenbach and Musser on that side of the bracket in wrestlebacks. Addison and Parker, Bruneau, and either Robin or Berkovich. And it's just now gone final, a tech fall for Berkovich. So it'll be Bruneau and Berkovich in that wrestleback as part of session 2.
Hill has increased his lead to 7-0.
We're into the heavyweight classification now in wrestlebacks. We are winding to a close here quickly in session number 1.
It's been some exciting wrestling.
Session number 2 coming your way later today here on ESPN Plus. That will get underway 6 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock local time here in Tulsa. Semifinal and consolation quarterfinal matches as part of session number 2 in about 2 hours and 20 minutes time. We'll have session number 3 here for you on ESPN Plus tomorrow morning. Tomorrow early afternoon, I should say, 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central time. And then, of course, the championships on Sunday night. 9 Eastern, 8 Central here in Tulsa. And you can watch that on ESPNU.
That was nice.
Sheeran with a nice tilt. 4 swipes The takedown and the 4 near fall and a 7-0 start in that wrestle back at 197.
That was really nice.
Hill and Glover, an 8-3 bout, 3 minutes of riding time. So call it a 9-3 lead for Hill, because that is beyond locked.
Yes. Oh, onto that cradle. Oh, out of bounds.
Spilling out of bounds. Action, no stall, 8-3. Again, 9-3 realistically still the score. 7-0 Sharon, bottom right corner on mat 4. Blackburn, Forrest, and Valdez, another 285 wrestle back just underway. Top left corner of your screen, and Blackburn, Forrest with an early takedown. Valdez with the escape. It's 3-1.
I think we still will have a couple more matches. I see some guys back in the tunnel still warming up.
Winner of this Hill-Glover bout will face Berberija in the next round of wrestlebacks as part of session number 2.
Fall on mat number 1.
Blackburn, Forrest making quick work of Valdez at 285.
Blackburn Force almost sound like a whiskey, don't it? Tell me I ain't lying, Mike. Come on, dude.
Like you and I need to go back to the Hyatt after session 2 and have a couple
I'm just saying.
3-finger glasses of Blackburn Force.
Doesn't it, though?
Am I wrong? I like it.
I mean, I don't know. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just kind of, thinking out loud. That's all I'm doing.
He gets the fall against Jose Valdez from Northern Colorado, so he'll face Seth Nitzel in the next round of wrestleback.
So to your point of somebody bumping up in wrestling heavyweight, this was who you were talking about.
Yes. Yes, indeed. From West Virginia, the young man Brian Finnerty, 0-11 on the year. Wrestled all season long at 174.
That's wild.
Hey, bud, we need you to wrestle heavyweight this weekend. That's a tough spot. And listen, again, no slight whatsoever to the West Virginia coaching staff. You get in spots where you do what you have to do. But that's a tough ask for Finnerty, trying to deal with Ramos right now and being outweighed by, what, 40, 50 pounds probably at
I
least?
don't know the exact amount, but a lot. Let's just say a lot.
A lot is for sure. 2 mats left, still rolling here as we wind to the close with session 1. Mats 3 and 4.
On mat number 3.
Sheeran with a 10-0 advantage on Donahue through 1 period. A very fast start for the Cal Baptist Lancer. Now Ramos looking for a pin of Finnerty, and he's got it. Quick work for Ramos from Air Force, and he'll move on in wrestlebacks. He'll face Luke Rasmussen as part of session 2.
Sheeran came out early, got that big 7-point move. Makes the score 10-2 right now. And just doing his thing. This will be the last match of this round. And then to Mike's point, we will be back with you guys at 5 o'clock. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee.
Nearly 5 hours worth of action about to wind to a close. 10-2 Sharon with the lead. Donahue with a lot of work to do in what is our final match of session number 1. In total over the course of this session, 118 matches in total. 45% of the Big 12 championships about to be put to bed with this final bout of the afternoon. Before we crank it up with session 2, again, 5 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock Eastern right here on ESPN+. The way that things work in the Big 12 right now, I think you've got to give all of the time zones, right? 6 Eastern, 5 Central, 4 Mountain, 3, you got teams spread across the entire country now
you better
in the
give
Big
it
12.
All. You better get every time zone, brother. You dag shown better do it. Yes,
1
sir.
o'clock Hawaiian?
Yes, you better give it all.
We'll be here no matter where you're watching from.
We'll be right here in these seats. You better believe that, bringing you nothing but energy and great action. That's facts.
What is that, 11 o'clock in the evening, Greenwich Mean Time? Any other time zones we got to throw out there?
That is facts.
10-2 Sheeran as they wind down the second period. The Cal Baptist Lancer looking to move on and wrestle backs at 197. If he gets the win here, Sheeran will face Cale Benny from Utah Valley in session 2.
Listen, Benny's had a good little tournament. I know he got beat by Serber over there earlier, but he made him work for him. He wrestled hard. He wrestled extremely well. Sheeran's out here right now with this 10-2 lead. Like I said, came out extremely aggressive, got a big move at the beginning, and just doing his thing. But like I said earlier, win to stay in. That's kind of the goal. That's the mindset of these guys that are wrestling on the backside right now.
(10-2) the lead here, 45 seconds into the third period for Sheeran. He lost to Donahue when they met up in the duel 7-3 back on January the 24th. But in control here with a minute to go.
Trying to get a little bit of redemption. And that's to that point we talked about earlier, Mike. Every match is different. And some of these guys, may have beat somebody 3-4 times, but all it takes is that one time for me to get mine over on you. You know what I mean? And hopefully, for some of them at the right time.
Right.
Right here postseason. Like, this is when you really, really want to do it. For sure.
Sheeran, if he does hang on here and get this win, as he's in on a leg again on Donahue. Able to scramble away was Sheeran. If he gets the win and he does face Benny, that was a 5-4 bout.
Okay.
Back on January the 4th, so that could be a good one in Wrestlebacks as part of session 2.
Yep.
Final 15 seconds of the final bout of session number 1. And Eli Sheeran, the redshirt sophomore from Cal Baptist, will get the win and set the bracket firmly for session number 2. He'll move on and face Cale Benny at 197 in Wrestlebacks later on this evening. And with that, Hardell Moore session 1 has come to a close. Nearly 5 hours worth of action.
Awesome.
4 hours and 46 minutes, say. Just a little after 10, we got this thing rolling this morning.
Sir.
And
yes, sir.
Now we are through. Again, 45% of the weekend is now complete. 118 bouts of the 258 that we will see this weekend. What do you think of what we've seen so far? What's your main takeaway of an awful lot of action that we've seen? How do you, here, quickly, distill 5 hours worth of action to one thought? Can you do that for me?
Be ready when you step on the mat, right? We saw upsets. We saw anxiety, obviously, earlier with different things that was going on within the tournament.